Hello and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. A very warm good evening to everyone. I hope all of you are doing good. My name is Harshmeet Singh and today marks the beginning of your governance classes. I will be your faculty for governance going forward. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I hope all of you are doing good. Good evening, good evening, good evening. We'll wait for a couple of minutes and then we'll begin the class. Thank you so much. Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm good, thank you. Good evening, good evening. Let's wait for one more minute. Let others also join in the class and then we will begin. Good evening, everyone. For those who are asking me, don't worry. UPSC will not ask you why is this picture in the background of the PPT. So don't worry about that. Don't lose your sleep over the background picture. UPSC will not ask you this. Okay. If you're thinking that I don't know about this is the toughest question of my life, don't worry. This is not out of syllabus. UPSC will not ask you this. This is the least freedom you could give your teacher, right? To have whatever kind of PPT that the teacher wants. Tomorrow, if you want a new photo, you can make your PPT and I'll teach from there. Perfect. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Perfect. So once again, a very warm good evening and welcome all of you to this class. Today marks the beginning of a new subject, that is governance. Governance will be covered by me in the 9 modules starting from today. We'll be covering the entire syllabus of governance along with doing some answer writing practice and also some questions that may appear in the prelims examination as well. Before beginning, there are a couple of things that I will quickly tell you about: the syllabus, what are we going to do, what are we discussing, so on and so forth. All of these things will be discussed in just a bit. I hope all of you know by now, governance is a part of GS2 syllabus. So it is a part of the mains examination in the GS2 syllabus. Although there are certain topics of governance that you might see in the prelims exam as well. That is why we will be practicing some questions from the prelims examination point of view as well, as and when we go forward. So as I said, again, mainly mains examination, but you might expect some question in the prelims examination as well from some of the topics, let's say RTI, CAG, etc. So we'll be covering all of that. Let's first begin with what is the topic for governance, what are the things that we will be discussing going forward, so that you have a clear idea. Also, favorite question of everyone, sir, which book, which book, which book? So we'll discuss about which book also. Don't worry about that. We will not skip that part as well. We'll be starting our discussion governance from transparency and accountability. How is transparency ensured by the government? Mainly, we will be talking about RTI. What is the Right to Information Act? How does it work? Is it important? Is it not important? Then we will be discussing about the problems of corruption. What are the laws against corruption in India? For example, we have the Prevention of Corruption Act. Not just this, we also have something like the Lokpal, CVC, Enforcement Directorate. All of these things will be discovered. Then we'll be discussing about Citizen Starter, how do they work, what is the importance of Citizen Starter. Then we'll be coming on to governance and e-governance. E-governance means the use of technology by the government to make our lives easier. What are different initiatives taken by the government of India? How everything is now online, how most of the government services are now shifting towards online. So we'll be discussing about e-governance as well. Then we will be talking about the role of civil services in the democracy. For example, what is it that you as civil servants are expected to do? your job, your responsibility towards the people, your responsibility towards the government, all of that will be discussed. Then we will be discussing about comparison of India's constitution with some other constitutions around the world. We will be comparing the main provisions or the major provisions of India's constitution with that of the American constitution, British constitution, French constitution, etc. So how in comparison the two are different from each other. We'll also be discussing the important recommendations of the second ARC. All of you would know ARC's Administrative Reforms Commission. Second Administrative Reforms Commission was formed in 2005. They gave recommendations about how exactly can we have better administration in the country. We'll be discussing their important reports later on in the class. All these are part of the syllabus. Now, what exactly are the things that I would suggest from my end? No one specific book. If you have a book on governance that you would want to go through, you have the Byju's book on governance, you can go through that as well. But that is not compulsory. What is more important in order to write good answers for governance, in order to understand about governance, is focus a lot more on the class, the explanations, the discussions in the classroom, the examples that we are giving. Have a good revision of the PPTs. Make sure you cover everything in the PPTs, and also very, very important, make sure that you have current affairs with you, that you are reading the newspaper or you are following the monthly current affair magazine, whichever one that you prefer. Because in governance, the quality of your answers will depend a lot on how many examples can you give, especially the examples that are in our day-to-day life. What are the new initiatives introduced by the government? What are the new government schemes that have come up? For example, if there's a question on e-governance, then you have to give examples of how the government is using technology, how the government is using IT to make our lives better. These things would be the best resources for you to cover everything in governance. You do not need to go through any specific book, but if you really want to go through that, you have the Byju's book for governance. You can go through that as well. You can find a lot of current affairs data online as well, and that would be pretty good for your governance part. This was about the syllabus that we will be covering in the next 2 weeks or so. Today marks the beginning of governance, the very first topic. Today we'll be talking about transparency. I'm sure all of you are aware about the word transparent or transparency. Remember, we used to read it in the schools, class third or fourth. What is transparent? Transparent is something from which you can see through. Water is transparent. Opaque is something from which you cannot see through, as simple as that. Now, the issue here is, how is transparency important? What is transparency when it comes to the government? And how does the government ensure that there is transparency? Let me ask you this question first. Do you think the government should be transparent? What do you think about this? Do you think government should be transparent? Government should be transparent, right? Everyone likes transparency. In simple terms, transparency means when you as a common person knows what the government is doing, when the government is not hiding something. The simple idea is government is running due to our contribution. The government is running because we elected the government. The government is running because of you and my taxes. So it is extremely simple that the government should be transparent. The government should be open about its decision making. For example, if a new parliament building has been built, you, me, as the citizens of India, we have the right to know how much did it cost, who built the building, who got the contract, what are the other considerations. If the government is fighting against, let's assume, the COVID-19 crisis, we have the right to know how much did the government spend, from where are the government, or where is the government importing all these medical equipments, what is the cost of vaccination. All that is what transparency is. Now, most of you obviously here said that transparency is good, transparency should exist. But I'm sure you would also agree that transparency every single time or 100% transparency is not good, and the governments also cannot have 100% transparency. Now, you will see around the entire world, and it's not just India. When I say government, I mean all the governments around the world. No government can claim that the government is 100% transparent. Every government at the end of the day does something which cannot be transparent. For example, phone tapping is very common, very common by the governments. You would have seen in the news time and time again government having some softwares, government keeping an eye on some people. Not just this, government has certain official secrets that the government does not really want to reveal to the public. All of these are indicators that the governments around the world are not 100% transparent. Why is that so? There are two reasons mainly. There are two reasons mainly because of which the governments are usually not transparent. One, the reason that they give everyone. The reason that the government gives everyone is it is because of national interest. It's a very interesting thing because in the name of national interest, anything can be passed on. When you say it is in the national interest, I'm doing it for the country, anything can pass on. You just have to prove it is in the national interest. So, national interest is one of the arguments that the governments across the world use. For example, why did Russia attack Ukraine? National interest. Why is North Korea keep threatening the entire world with their nuclear missiles? National interest. Why is China threatening everyone around the world? National interest. So, in the name of national interest, lot of countries actually go on and try to pass on all these things which might not really be true, but national interest is an argument that you cannot really fight against. Everyone will say national interest is important. Then there is another reason why the governments are not transparent, which the governments will never accept. That is mainly in democracies because of vote bank. Because of vote bank, when the governments think that a certain news, if it comes out in the open, it will hurt their vote bank, governments will obviously not reveal that information. As simple as that. Do you think the government itself will go ahead and tell you that there was a scam in the government contracts? Do you think the government itself will come out and tell you, see, we lost that much money? No. Government will only tell you the good news. Government will only tell you the news that makes them look good. But the government would want to hide what they think would not really be in the best interest of their vote bank. Let me give you an example before we go ahead. Let me give you an example. How many of you have heard of a place called Baluchistan? Have you heard of the name called Baluchistan? Most of you would have heard about it. Okay. Most of you have. Just in case you have not heard about it, don't worry about that. Don't worry. I'll tell you what you need to know. So, Baluchistan is a province of Pakistan. Just like we have multiple states in India, Pakistan has multiple states. One of those is Baluchistan. Now, it's a very interesting part of Pakistan. It is not very developed. It is the most underdeveloped part of Pakistan. When India got partitioned, when Pakistan became a separate country, India became a separate country. At the same time, Baluchistan, that has Baluch tribes, have been demanding independence from Pakistan. The Baluch tribes living in Baluchistan, they say that no, we cannot be a part of a country like Pakistan. We want to be a separate country altogether. So there are allegations. Again, the government of India has never officially accepted this, but there are allegations that government of India supports the Baluch leaders. There are many government officials who have written different books in which they have said how the government of India helps the Baluch tribal leaders to fight against Pakistan army. So this is something that has not been accepted officially by the government of India, but this is something that you see a lot of officials talking about. Now, do you think that the government of India should be transparent about this? Or do you expect the government of India to be transparent about this? No. The government of India cannot be transparent about this. Why? Because it is in our national interest. So in the name of national interest, you do have to keep something which are not transparent. I'll give you one more example. There was a movie that got released very recently. I did not watch it. Did you watch that movie called IB-71? Have you watched that movie? IB-71. Some of you might have, most people would not have. I have also not seen the movie. Okay, so I'll tell you why am I telling you this. Why am I telling this? Let's try and understand. So what happened was, in 1971, India and Pakistan fought a war about Bangladesh, right? So if you look at, again, my drawing is very bad, so I'll not draw a complete map. Let's just assume, let's say this is Bangladesh, and this is, let's assume, Pakistan. Okay. As you all know, Pakistan, you had two parts. Bangladesh also was a part of Pakistan only. It was called East Pakistan. In 1971, a war was fought. Bangladesh got liberated. Right. Now, what happened was, before the war started, the government of India wanted to make a plan so that airplanes from Pakistan don't come to Bangladesh. The problem was, we wanted that Pakistan is not able to supply weapons to Bangladesh very quickly. They should have to go from this route, south of India, and then they could go to Bangladesh. This is what we wanted. This was India's plan. But the problem is, as a sovereign country like India, we cannot randomly tell Pakistan that no, your planes cannot go over India, because then they will think there is some conspiracy going on. So we cannot randomly tell that no, your planes will not fly over us, because that's a violation of international laws. So what did India do? India, that is RAW, organized a covert operation in which two agents of RAW hijacked an Indian airplane. Do you know that? They hijacked an Indian airplane, and the story was that they said, we are Pakistanis, we have hijacked the Indian plane, and we want our terrorist friend to be released from the prison. And the poor Pakistanis kept on saying, oh, we have not done this, we have not done this. We wish we could have planned this, but we have never planned this. This is not us. It was India's RAW agent that did it. And they said that no, we will not allow this plane to go ahead. We'll kill everyone, although no one was killed. But India used this excuse to say that from now onwards, Pakistan flights will not fly over India. Now, do you think India government should have been transparent about that? Do you think we could have been transparent and tell everyone, see, this is what we are doing, this is the plan? Obviously, we could not have had. So transparency is good. It is good to have that kind of a thing, but it's not ideal. If you want to read more about this operation, you can search Ganga Air hijack and you will get to know the entire story. If you want to know about more of this story, you can Google it, Ganga Air hijack. IB-71 is a movie based on this only, actually. It's a movie based on this. I have not seen this. I've just seen a trailer. So from the trailer, I could make out this about that incident only. But again, it's not a part of your syllabus to go and watch the movie. This is everything that you got to know. So just an example to prove how 100% transparency is not always advisable. And governments around the world anyways do not have 100% transparency. Let me give you one more example. You would have understood by now that your classes for governance will be full of examples, so that if you want, you can quote it later on and then you can use it in other places as well. So I'll give you one more example. How many of you have read world history? And by world history, I mean to say Cold War. How many of you read about Cold War world history? Most of you would have. Good. If you have not, don't worry. Don't worry. If you have read about this, great. If you have not read about this, don't worry. So I'll tell you something. Let's assume you have not read about Cold War. Let's assume that for a moment. If you have, great. So basically, Cold War ended when USSR was disintegrated. USSR got disintegrated into separate forms, into separate countries. Russia became the biggest country. Now in USSR, it was a very different kind of a government. USSR till 1980s was a very closed government. When we say closed government, that means government did not share any information with the people. For example, today, just by doing a Google search or by filing an RTI in India, you can get to know who built the parliament building, how much money was spent. You can search the salary of the prime minister, salary of the ministers. You can search the salary of the president of India. You can search a lot of things about the government. You can file for RTI also right now in India. In USSR, it was not the case. People did not have this right to ask any questions to the government. What happened was this angered the people. They thought that the government is very strict. So in 1980s, USSR had a new general secretary. The person's name was Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev, by the way, passed just a few years back. He died a few years back. So Mikhail Gorbachev, when he became the USSR General Secretary, he started a new policy. His policy was that my government will now be open to the public. People can ask me questions, we will answer. I want the people to feel it is their government. So his logic was that I will be good to the people, I will be open, I will be liberal, so on and so forth. But what happened? What happened was people in USSR were extremely poor at that time. There was not much development. Whatever little money the government of USSR had, they all spent it in the weapons against the US. They never spent on people's development. Now that people actually have this kind of a power that they could ask questions to the government, what happened? One by one, a lot of corruption scams started coming out in USSR. People started getting to know, for example, 10 months ago, 10 years ago, there was this corruption scandal. 20 years ago, this minister took that much salary. Now ministers get these many bungalows. Everyone has so many cars, etc. All that news started to come out time and time and time again, which angered the people. That at one hand, we are so poor, we don't even have proper food to eat. And on the other hand, our government, our ministers have so much money that they have built their own palaces and we don't even know. So for USSR also, transparency backfired. Again, an example to show transparency is good, advisable, but 100% transparency may not really be ideal. Let me ask you a very simple question. You tell me this. Listen to this very carefully. If your parents know the password of your mobile phone, and if your parents can take your mobile phone anytime, would the way that you use your mobile change or would it still not change? What do you think? If your parents know the password to your mobile phone, if the parents can take your mobile phone any single time, any time that they want, would you change the way that you actually use your mobile phone? Those who are saying, I will not change it, I fold my hands to you. But most people like me are saying that they will change it, right? So again, transparency may not always be the best thing, right? Because you became transparent with the people living in your house, the people who gave you birth. Even with them, you are not being able to be 100% transparent. So you want to keep a layer between you and the people at your home yourself. If you are one of those who are saying, I will not change it, great. I wish your parents knew that they are very lucky, but unfortunately, they think all the kids are the same. But anyway, coming back, transparency, as you can see, may not always be 100% true. Transparency in simple terms means government being open, telling the citizens about what decisions are they taking, how are these decisions being taken. The people have the right to know because number one, you, me, we have chosen the government. It's a democracy. And secondly, the government is running on our resources only. We gave the money to the government. That is how the government is working. Transparency also enables the citizens to get information about government facts, figures, etc. Again, a lot of facts and figures, a lot of things that we take for granted in India are not in non-transparent country. I'll give you a simple example. Okay. Do you know, for example, every few weeks we have this data that GDP growth is this much, inflation is this much, and we take it for granted, right? That yes, we know about the GDP growth numbers, we know about inflation. Now imagine living in a country where you are not even told what is GDP of your country. You are not told what is the inflation level. You are not told anything. You just have to get up, go to your job, work, come back, end your day. As simple as that. This is how non-transparent countries are. This is how USSR used to be. Even today, many people believe that China is kind of the same. That is why even today, most countries around the world do not trust any facts or figures coming in from China. How many people have died of COVID? No one believes that China is telling the truth. What is the GDP growth rate? No one believes that China is telling the truth. So there are countries that exist even today that do not have this transparency. As a citizen, obviously, you would not want to live in that country. Having freedom of information, allowing people to know what the government is doing, forms the basic necessity, forms the basic bedrock of what transparency is. Now, what is the need for being transparent? First, obviously, it ensures accountability. As I said, when you know that your phone will be seen by your parents, or your phone can be seen by your parents, you will change the way that you actually operate. Similarly, when the government or the government officials know that people will get to know about what I am doing, they will be much more accountable. For example, if the ministers know that people are watching how many cars I have, people will know what a bungalow I have. So obviously, at that point of time, the politicians will take a decision to be accountable, to be more responsible to the people. This in turn reduces corruption and also the abuse of power. The corruption will be reduced. How and why? Because you would not really go ahead and take decisions which can land you in trouble. It also increases the efficiency of the government. Why? Because you are not going to spend all that money which was not required, because you want to be more transparent. It opens up the government to much more public scrutiny. All of these things are essential, and all of these things are consequences for transparency. If there's a transparent country, that is how the country actually becomes better for the common people who are living in there. Not just this, it also corrects the asymmetry of power between people and government. Now, what do we mean by asymmetry of power? You all know government obviously is much more powerful than the people, right? Government is obviously much more powerful than the people. Like, government can arrest you, you cannot arrest the government, as simple as that. Government can put charges against you, you cannot put charges against the government, as simple as that. This difference in power, the uneven distribution of power between the government and the people, it may be corrected with transparency. When the government knows that you can ask questions to the government, when the government knows that they have to be more transparent, they will be more careful in using their power. It also promotes the participation of people. When you know that you have the right to ask questions, you will be much more interested in governance. You'll be much more interested in how the government is taking certain decisions. And it also helps in rebuilding the trust deficit. You make sure that you trust the government more. When you know how much money is the government earning, how much money is the government spending, when you realize the situation of the government, you always would understand the government's decisions. When you don't know about the reality of the government, how the government is running, obviously there will be a much more trust deficit between the two sides. All that would ensure, or all that would be a consequence of how transparency would help. Now, I've given you multiple examples to show that transparency may not always be 100% advisable. And that is why, even in India, we do have laws such as the RTI. We will discuss about RTI in just a bit. We do have laws such as the RTI, the Right to Information Act. But even then, there are always certain exceptions. There are always certain things which the government will not share with you. There are always certain things that the government will keep as a secret. What are those things? We'll be discussing that as well in some time. Before we go ahead to India's own right to information, the RTI law, you have to understand India is not the only country to have such a law. Most democratic countries around the world have a similar kind of a law where they allow their common people, their common citizens to ask questions to their government. So it's a very common thing. It's not that India has a unique law in some way. Right now, about 121 of countries around the world, right now, 121 countries around the entire world have this kind of a law. They are different versions of the law, but almost all democratic countries around the world have this kind of a law. There are different versions of it. India's version is different. We'll be discussing India's version later on, but it's very different for different countries. It's also a part of SDG 16. What is SDG? SDG here stands for Sustainable Development Goals. Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, the UN has set 17 goals which the nations around the world are trying to achieve by 2030. Nations around the world are trying to achieve a set of goals by 2030. It includes a lot of goals about health, malnourishment. It also talks about how the government of the world, or how the government of different countries should ensure certain standard of living. If you look at goal number 16, it also includes the people's right to have information all around the world. Most countries around the world have given these kind of rights to their citizens, including India, but there are still non-democratic countries around the world that do not have this kind of a law, that is the RTI. Now, let's start with how does the government give us information? How does the government have transparency? There are mainly two ways in which the government gives out information. One, proactive disclosure. Proactive means by itself. By itself. Without you or me asking any questions to the government, every single day you will see on the PIB, that is the Press Information Bureau website, the government will have a lot of news stories, right? Everyone tells you go and read the PIB. What is PIB? PIB is kind of a news portal run by the government of India. So government of India obviously every single day publishes a lot of information, a lot of news stories on the PIB without anyone questioning them, without anyone asking for information. This is called proactive or suo moto. All of you would have heard this phrase, I'm sure. Suo moto means by itself. By itself. So government of India by itself publishes all this information. This is called suo moto information. On the other hand, if the government of India does not publish certain information, you also have the right as a citizens of India to ask for this information. Let me repeat. You also have the right to ask for information from the government. How is that? That is through RTI, Right to Information Act. Right to information became a law in the year 2005. I'm sure many of you at least would have heard the name RTI. Some of you may have even filed an RTI. In today's class, I will show you how to file an RTI. In fact, in one of the earlier batches, sorry, last year in November, one of the earlier batches where I was teaching the same thing, I was asking my student that you should also go and file an RTI. One of the students did file an RTI and she shared her response. So I'll show you that response also. What RTI she filed, what was the response she got. So filing an RTI is not that difficult, pretty easy, pretty simple process, and you can at least get to learn how does this work. Now, how does the story start? In 1986, for the first time in India's history, we had a discussion on the right to information. In 1986, the Supreme Court of India said that freedom of speech and expression under Article 19 should also include the right to information. What do we mean by this? When you say that I have the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, the Supreme Court said that for every person to express himself or herself clearly, they would need to have adequate information about that. Without adequate information, no one can express themselves clearly. That is how right to information is extremely important. So Supreme Court as back as in 1986 had said that we should have something like a right to education law, so that at the end of the day we have a situation where people can express themselves. But the law of RTI was made much later on. The RTI law was made only in the year 2005 and not before that. So from 1986 to 2005, we did not have the RTI law. Also, the Supreme Court had said about having the law about RTI. Now, there is something that many people don't know. And even if some people know, they have forgotten about it. What many people don't know is before the RTI law was passed in 2005, the government of India actually introduced another law in 2002. In 2002, we had a law called Freedom of Information Act of 2002. We had the Freedom of Information Act of 2002. That was a law that was introduced before the RTI Act of 2005. But it was not really a success. That law had to be removed very quickly. Why was it not a success? What was the problem with the law? We will discuss in detail about how RTI law works. But just to give you an example, right now, if you file an RTI, you ask a question to the government authorities, you would get a response within 30 days. That is what the law says. That within 30 days, 30, you will get a response. But at this point of time, the Freedom of Information Act, there was no time limit set. When will you get a response? Also, there was no appeal. For example, if you did not get a response within some time, or you got a wrong response, what did you do? There was no action that could be taken. There was no authority responsible for the law. No authority was created to ensure that the law is properly implemented. There were all these sorts of problems with the Right to Information Act of 2002. But the law was not good, and that is why it was removed. It was replaced by the current law that we have, which is called the Right to Information Act of 2005. This is the main important topic that you have to now understand. We will be discussing each and every part of the RTI law. How does it work? What are the provisions? RTI law is a topic on which questions are asked in the mains and even the prelims examinations very often. It's a simple topic, not difficult to understand, but you should know about this. Also, before I go ahead, I had forgotten something in the beginning. It came to my mind. I had to remind you. Your last subject ended last week, Friday. You will get a feedback form for that. Please do make sure that you do fill in the feedback form. You tell us about how was the last subject, how was it, what did you find good, etc. So please make sure you fill up that feedback form. It's extremely important for us for the last subject. Okay. Now let's go ahead with the main features of RTI law. First, let me ask this: has any one of you ever filed an RTI? Has any one of you ever filed an RTI? Aditya, Anu, Navonil, some people have. Sushmita has Kaushik, Larry, Prashant, Pathar. Okay, some people have. Siddhant. Okay, Suman. Some people have filed an RTI. Good. Some people have filed an RTI. Some people have not filed an RTI. Most people have not filed an RTI. Okay, no issues. So basically, I would advise you after the class ends or whenever you get the time, file an RTI. It's very simple, easy process. You can do it online, doesn't really cost a lot of money. So you can at least get to know how do these things work. The more that you visit government websites, the more that you see these portals by yourself, the better is a chance that you will remember all of that. This is the best way to remember all that information. Visit the government website yourself, visit the portal yourself, and see what are the important features. Okay, let's start. First, all the citizens in India have the right to information. Means no foreigner who is not an Indian cannot file an RTI. All the citizens of India have the right to ask for information. Now the question is, what do we mean by information? When you say that you can ask for information from the government, what do you mean by information? All these things are information. All these things can be asked from the government of India's departments. Government records, government documents, government memos. Memos means informal notes about meetings, etc., emails, opinions, advice given by the government, different press releases. All these come under the category of the word information. So when you file an RTI to the government of India, you can actually ask for any of these. I'll give you an idea to file an RTI. For example, you can file an RTI asking the government what were the different companies that were considered to give contract for building of the new parliament? How did the government decide what was the procedure to finalize the parliament building construction, and what was the cost to the government? These kind of things, for example, you can ask very easily. You can ask about certain government scheme, you can ask about certain other things, whatever you want. All of these things come under the definition of information. All of these things can be asked under the RTI. Now the question is, from whom can you ask for information? For example, can you file an RTI that I want to know the salary of my neighbor? I want to know the salary of my friends. Yesterday he was telling me he makes a lot of money. I want to know how much salary is he earning. Can you ask for that information? Is that allowed? No. To whom can you ask for information? You can ask for information only to public authorities. You can ask for information only to public authorities. Now, what do you mean by public authorities? Basically, public authorities means constitutional bodies, statutory bodies, executive bodies of the government, or, and this is the most interesting part, or NGOs, that is non-governmental organizations, which are substantially funded by the government. NGOs which are substantially funded by the government. Now let's try and understand what do we mean by this and what is the logic behind this. All of you know what are constitutional bodies? Constitutional bodies are the ones which are created by the Constitution of India. For example, UPSC. For example, CAG. For example, Election Commission of India. All these are constitutional bodies. Statutory bodies, that are the ones created by an act of the parliament. Parliament passed an act and the body was created. For example, National Human Rights Commission. For example, Central Information Commission. For example, Lokpal. Then executive bodies. Executive bodies are the ones which are created by a government order. The government just gave an order, wrote an order, signed on that, and the body got created. Parliament had nothing to do with it. Constitution has no mention of it. That is called an executive body. For example, Niti Aayog. To all these bodies, you can ask questions. For all these bodies, you can ask for information. But the most interesting part is the fourth one. NGOs, non-government organizations, which are substantially financed by the government. Now, the big problem here is there is no definition of the word substantially financed. There is no definition. What do we mean by substantially financed? 10 crore, 25 crore, 1 crore, 100 crore. What do you mean by substantially financed? There is no clarity on that. There is no clarity. Now, let me ask you this question. Why would a government fund an NGO? Why would a government fund an NGO? Let me give you two examples so that you can understand. By the way, working of the NGOs, role of the NGOs is a part of our syllabus, and we will be discussing that later on. In the later classes, we will be discussing that. But first, let's discuss why would a government fund certain NGOs. I'll give you two examples. Tell me this. Have you heard of an NGO called Pratham? Have you heard of this NGO called Pratham? Okay. Most of you have. Some of you may have not. Okay, let me tell you what Pratham is. So Pratham is an NGO that works in the field of education. How they started was a different story. Their starting idea was that earlier they started with printing books, story books, which were very, very cost efficient. Very good story books for 10 rupees, 12 rupees, so that children can get affordable story books. That was the idea of Pratham in the beginning. And then they do a lot of other things as well in education. So what does Pratham do? Pratham, for example, publishes a very famous report called ASER report. ASER. It is called Annual Survey of Education Report. Annual Survey of Education Report. If you have not heard about it, don't worry. Tell me this. Do you remember sometimes in the newspaper you get these headlines which say 80% children of class 5 cannot write ABCD, 30% children of class 3 cannot write their name. Do you read those kind of news stories? You all would have read these kind of headlines, right? That 90% students in India cannot do this, 50% class 5 students cannot write ABCD. From where do we get these reports? From where do we get this data? This data comes in from the ASA report only. So this is the ASA report. They tell us about the status of education in India. They are the ones who tell us about the status of education, how many children are getting proper education, how many children are not getting proper education. All these kind of things are mentioned in the ASA report, that is Annual Survey of Education report. Now, this report, that is the ASA report, it has become so important now that now if the government makes any education policy, even if it's the government of India or even if some state governments, if they are making any education policy, they first refer to the ASA report because they know it is very important, it is very authentic source of data. Based on that ASA report, the government makes its policies, makes its laws about education. That is the ASA report. So the ASA report is so important that the Pratham NGO even gets funded from the side of the government based on the ASA report and its outcomes. That is how Pratham NGO might get some money from the government. That is an example of financing from the government. There is one more NGO, and someone in fact gave the name in the chat as well. For example, there's one more NGO called Akshay Patra. You might have heard about Akshay Patra. It's again an NGO. What does this NGO do? Akshay Patra, for example, gives out meal to the poor people who are living on the streets, who cannot afford food or they cannot even live properly. They help them. And the government also might give them some money. The problem here is, would they come under RTI or not? Can you file an RTI to ask for information from Pratham or Akshay Patra? There is no clarity. Why? Because there is no definition. What do you mean by substantially financed? There is no definition what is substantially financed. It can be very high, it can be low. So that is one big problem with the law. No clarity on which NGO will be included and which NGO will not be included. Please remember, today's topic is not about NGOs. So I'm not going into detail of how NGOs work. Later on, in later modules, we have a chapter on NGOs also. In that chapter, I'll be discussing about NGOs, how do they work, their funding pattern, the problem with the NGOs. So please remember, we are not discussing today the problem with the NGOs. We are staying with the RTI. We will be discussing about NGOs later on when we come to that. Now, the interesting part is the list of organizations that are covered under RTI. They also have certain very interesting names and very interesting exemptions as well. For example, if you follow cricket, you should recognize this logo. Even if you don't, it is written right here. This is the logo of BCCI. This is a logo of BCCI. BCCI means it's Board of Control for Cricket in India, the agency that runs cricket in India, the agency that organizes cricket tournaments. Every single thing about cricket in India is done by BCCI. Now, BCCI is a very interesting organization. Please try and understand this. Most sports-related organizations in India are run by the government. Let me repeat. Listen to this very carefully. Most sports-related organizations in India are run by the government. Wrestling Federation of India, very famous these days for a lot of wrong reasons, run by the government. Hockey Federation of India, Football Federation of India, the Badminton Association, all of these are government authorities. They are run by the government has formed them, the government decides who will run them. So it's all government run. But cricket is different. For running cricket in India, we do not have a government agency. BCCI is not a government authority. BCCI does not work for the government. It's a private entity. It is registered with the government, but it's a private entity. Means it does not take any money from the government. It in fact gives a lot of taxes to the government. It doesn't have government appointed people. So by definition, BCCI should not come under public authority, right? Because if you go back, this public authority part, the public authority part does not really apply to them. But even then, BCCI actually comes under RTI. Now, how is that possible? Why does this happen? Let me try and explain this to you. If you follow the IPL, or if you followed the IPL, for example, earlier, if you don't follow it today, you would know a few years back, there were a lot of issues in the IPL that came out. There were issues of spot fixing, there were issues of betting, etc. All of that came out. What happened was, when all of these news started to come in, match fixing, spot fixing, betting, etc. As a result of this, the Supreme Court of India made a committee. That committee was called the Lodha Committee. The Supreme Court of India made a committee called the Lodha Committee. Justice Lodha was a retired Chief Justice of India. Under him, there was a committee that was formed to suggest reforms in the working of the BCCI, to suggest how the BCCI can improve its working, and to suggest how they can remove the corruption. What happened was, as a result of this, Lodha Committee suggested one other very interesting idea. They suggested changes in the BCCI, etc. That is fine. But they also suggested that BCCI should come under RTI. They said that BCCI should come under RTI. Why is that possible, or how is that possible? What were the reasons given? Let me tell you what were the reasons given. The first reason given was, when a cricketer in India plays for BCCI, please understand this. When a cricketer in India plays for the BCCI, you don't say that BCCI is playing against Australia. What do you say? You say it is India versus Australia. Have you heard anyone say it is BCCI versus the Australian Cricket Board? No. Have you seen anyone saying BCCI versus the Pakistan Cricket Board? No. It is India against Pakistan. It is India against Sri Lanka, India against West Indies. We don't have BCCI versus something else. So first big argument given, that BCCI is representing India only. They are not using the name of their organization. They are using the name of the country. Every player that goes in is representing the country and not just that authority. First reason given by the Lodha Committee, that BCCI has become synonymous with representing the country. Second big reason, that BCCI has a monopoly in India when it comes to cricket. Any youngster in India who wants to play cricket, they don't have any other option. You have to play for BCCI only. You cannot expect, I will play international cricket for India, but not from BCCI, from somewhere else. You cannot do that. There is monopoly in cricket in India. There is no other agency. That was the second reason given by the Lodha Committee. Third reason given by Lodha Committee. The committee said that BCCI is handling a game, a sport in India that has crores and crores of followers. Anything that the BCCI does, anything wrong that the BCCI does, it impacts crores and crores of people in India. So they should be more responsible. Every single step taken by the BCCI can have a much larger impact on the entire country. And this is also why the BCCI should be answerable, should be responsible to the people. All these reasons were given by the Lodha Committee to say that BCCI should come under the RTI, and thus BCCI since then has come under RTI. So today, for example, if you want, you can ask a question to the BCCI using the RTI. File the RTI, you can ask the question, and they would have to respond because they now have been covered under the RTI law, the right to information law. Obviously, BCCI was not happy about it. BCCI obviously said that no, we don't want to come under the RTI. Why? See, no company would want to make its record public. For example, do you think that you would be, or you want to tell your salary to anyone? People don't want to sell their salary because they think that it's a private matter. Now imagine, would the BCCI want everyone to know how much money they are earning, what are they doing, what are they not doing? So BCCI would obviously not want that, but it is now a part of RTI. CIC, we will discuss about CIC in a few minutes. CIC, Central Information Commission. CIC, Central Information Commission. That is the agency responsible for ensuring that we implement the RTI law properly. I see a lot of questions in the chat about Virat Kohli, about Rohit Sharma, about MS Dhoni. I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask those questions. So let's move back to the RTI law. Maybe file an RTI, see if you can get the answer. Great. Let me also know if you get the answer. If not, let's come back. So BCCI is one of those exceptions that are under the RTI. They are covered under the RTI, even though BCCI is not a public authority by definition. Now let's come back to the process of it. How do you file an RTI? What is the process? How does it work? When the RTI law was first introduced, it was back in 2005. It was very difficult to file an RTI. When it was first introduced, you had to go physically to the department, whichever department to whom you had to file the RTI. You had to give this in the written form, and only then after that you would get the response. As technology has come in, as the government has wanted to make the lives of the people better, most of these things have come online. Similar is the case with RTI. In case of RTI also, now you can file an RTI online as well. It does not really cost a lot of money. It takes 10 rupees. If you are below poverty line, you don't even have to give 10 rupees. But it's pretty easy, simple. You can do it online. Even now, you can give it offline as well if you want. In what language? English, Hindi, or the official language of the state. Whichever state that you are in, you can use that language as well. Hindi, English, or the language of the state. These are the things that will be used, or these are the languages that will be used if you want to file the RTI. The very interesting part about RTI is you do not have to give a reason why are you asking for this information. This is what makes the RTI law even more important. This is what the RTI law actually has made it even more interesting. Because when you're filing the RTI, you don't have to tell the government why are you asking this question. Because earlier, when people had to ask the question and give reasons for that, it became very difficult. Now you can just ask a question. The interesting part is this law has empowered people. How? Let's try and understand. See, before the RTI law came in, there were only very few people who could ask questions to the government. Who were those people, by the way? Before RTI law came in, very few people had the right to ask questions to the government. Who were these people? Who were these people? These were the members of parliament. All of you would have read about question hour. All of you would have read about the question hour, right? The question hour in the parliament was a time given to the members of parliament to ask questions to the government. But that privilege of asking questions to the government was only reserved for a few people, only few respected members of the parliament or MLAs at the state level, MLCs. But the common public like you or me, we could not ask any questions to the government. We did not have the right, we did not have the method. Now the RTI law has actually changed that. Even the common citizens of India, without even giving any information, can ask questions to the government now. Now, how do we do that? Pretty simple. Just go on Google and type RTI online and you will get to this portal. You go on Google, type RTI online, you get to this portal. This is a portal where you can file the RTI. So basically what you have to do is go here, submit request. You have to click here so that you can file the RTI. When you file, then you click here, you will get a long form. This is what the form is. That is what it looks like. So basically it's about, now look at the first two and now listen to this very carefully. The first two options that you get, first is select the ministry or department to which you're asking the question, and second is select the public authority to which you're asking the question. Now, let's assume that you have to ask a question about the new parliament building. The question that I just said a few minutes back. Let's assume you want to ask a question that which were the other companies that were considered by the government to give the contract, how much did it cost the government, etc., etc. So you have a question about the parliament building. Let's assume that you don't know which government department or public authority will answer this question. Because how will a common man know? You are preparing for the UPSC exam, so you might know. But for a common man who doesn't follow all this news, that common man will not know who will answer my question if I have a question about railways or parliament or defense. They will not know. So the best part about the law is you can select any random ministry. Any random selection will work. For example, you can randomly select defense, railway, space, whatever you want to select, you can select. It is not really a problem. Your RTI will not be rejected on the basis of this selection. You can select whichever department, whichever public authority you want. It will not be rejected on this basis. Why and how? When the RTI law came into picture, every government department was given an order that every government department would have an officer called PIO. PIO means Public Information Officer. Public Information Officer. So every department will have a PIO, Public Information Officer. Some departments which are very large, which have a lot of RTIs coming in, they can also have APIO. APIO is Assistant Public Information Officer. So every department will have a Public Information Officer, PIO, and every department would have an APIO as well, or some department would have an APIO as well. Now, please understand something. When you file an RTI, let's assume you filed an RTI to a specific department. The PIO, that is the Public Information Officer of that department, will receive your RTI application. It will be his or her responsibility to prepare a response so that you can get a response to your RTI. That is how it works. Every single department of the government needs to have this PIO, and this PIO would have the responsibility to give answers. Now, let's assume that you chose the wrong department in this list because you did not know. Then it becomes the responsibility of this PIO or APIO to transfer this application to the correct department. That is why I'm saying, even if you choose the wrong department, it doesn't really matter because it is not your responsibility. If they think that your RTI has come to the wrong department, they will transfer it. The only difference is usually the law is that within 30 days you will get a reply. Usually the law is within 30 days you will get a reply to your RTI if you have chosen the wrong department. If you have chosen the wrong department, then it will be 35 days. 5 days are extra taken when the RTI will be transferred. So you can choose any department. Just because you have chosen the wrong department, your RTI will not be rejected because of that. Just that 5 more days will be added to the maximum time period. Within 35 days, you would get the response. That is the only difference. But that is again a very good part of the law, that they are making it easier for you to file the RTI as much as possible. You don't have to know the government department, you don't have to know a lot of things. Even then, you can file the RTI without even knowing all these things. This is an example. As I said earlier, in the last batch, last year in November, there was a student who after the class did file an RTI. So she filed an RTI and this was a response that she got. Look at this question. So the question she asked was this: what is the cost of the Gaganyaan mission in the upcoming mission of ISRO? What amounts of input costs are sourced from Indian companies and what is imported from export from foreign companies? This was the RTI response that was given. They said that 9,023 crore is being spent, but they said that we can't disclose the detail about how much are we importing or how much is India made. That is a secret information. That was the response that she got. So again, this is how it works. To file the RTI, you only have to pay 10 rupees, 10. If you are from below poverty line, you can submit the document that you are below poverty line. You don't have to pay even 10 rupees. But in usually in these kind of cases, you will get 10 rupees fee. You can enter your email ID in the end and you will get a response on the email. For example, I have filed, I think, 3 or 4 RTIs so far. Mostly I have gotten a response within 10 to 12 days. It doesn't really take 30 days usually, but again, it depends on question to question. I'll give you an example of what RTI I filed so that you can get an example of what RTIs are filed. Uh, do you remember when Modi government first came to power in 2014? They started a new policy, something called Give Up Scheme. Do you remember that? Give Up Scheme. Started by the Modi government when they came to power in 2014. Remember? Okay. Some people remember, some people don't remember. Okay, I'll tell you what that was. So the LPG cylinders that we get now there is almost no subsidy on the LPG cylinders. But in 2014, when the government first came to power, there were subsidies given on the LPG cylinder. You did not have to pay the full price. The government gave a lot of subsidy. So government started a scheme saying give up subsidy. Government asked that if you can afford to pay the full price. Government said that if you are financially strong enough that you can give the full price, you can pay the full price, then you should give up your subsidy. That was a give up scheme, that give up subsidy scheme. So I filed an RTI, and the RTI I filed was, I asked, give me the list of members of parliament who have given up their subsidy. Intelligent question, right? But government is always more intelligent. So I asked this question that give me the list of members of parliament who have given up their subsidy. The response that I got was, we do not have a separate list of members of parliament only. Also, this is a private data and we cannot share it with you. So who gave up subsidy, who did not give up subsidy, it's a private data. Plus, they said that we do not maintain a separate list of the members of parliament for this purpose. So a lot of times, you might not get the exact reply that you were hoping for. Because again, the government departments also, they want to use a loophole. They want to make sure that they don't give out a lot of information, because at the end of the day, no government department wants to give out a lot of information. But I would really encourage you to file an RTI, any random question that you can think of, but do file an RTI. It's very easy, very simple, and you can at least get to know how does it work. Now, let's take an example of how RTI works. So first you file an RTI. When you file an RTI, you get a response within 30 days. That is what the law says. I'm not saying you will always get a response, but the law says you will get a response within 30 days. It can be 35 days also if you chose the wrong department. What if you get a response, but you are not happy with it? It might happen. Let's say you get no response in 30 days, or you get incomplete response in 30 days, or you get wrong response. Anything might happen, right? Then what do you do? If anything like this happens, you get a wrong response, incorrect response, incomplete response, the second thing would be you file the first appeal. If you get a wrong response or incorrect response, you file the first appeal. How do you file the first appeal? Let me take you back. See this. See this option, submit first appeal. Do you see this? The submit first appeal option. This is where you can file the first appeal. First appeal is when you're not happy with the answer. You think the answer was incomplete. You think that you deserve a better answer. Then you can file the first appeal. Now, in these cases, when you file the first appeal because you did not get a response, because it was incomplete, because it was wrong or whatever, first appeal will be responded within 45 days. Also, who gets the first appeal? Means when you file the first appeal, which officer will be responsible for answering this? First appeal will go to the same department to which you asked the question. Same department, but senior official. Same department senior official. So same department senior official, this is where you can go and file the first appeal. It is to be responded within 45 days. Let's assume that even after first appeal, you are not happy. Even after that, you are not happy with the response, or you did not get a response within 45 days, whatever reason, you are not happy. Then what do? Then you file another appeal called the second appeal. You file the second appeal if you are not happy. What happens to the second appeal? Second appeal is the last and final appeal. It is the last and final appeal. First, there is no time period, there is no time limit on in how much time will the second appeal be replied. So there is no time limit for that. Second, where does the second appeal go to? Who takes care of the second appeal? Second appeal will go to Central Information Commission. We will discuss about this body in just a bit. Second appeal will go to the Central Information Commission. The Central Information Commission, they will decide whether or not the RTI should be allowed, whether or not the government should give out the information or not. The problem here is, number one, you cannot go beyond this. This is the final appeal, the second appeal. Second problem, there is no time limit for that. The third and the biggest problem is the CIC, that is a Central Information Commission, does not have so much powers that it can force the government to give a response. Let me repeat what I'm trying to tell you. Let's assume you file an RTI. Government says we will not give you information. Why? Because this is an official secret document. It's a confidential document. We will not give it to you. You say okay. Then you file the appeal. Government again says we will not give it to you. Then you file the second appeal that I want that information. Government says no, this is an official secret. We will not give you the appeal. Now in the second appeal, Central Information Commission will hear your matter. Let's assume they decide that no, this is not a secret. The government should give it to you. The government should give you the information. Even then, the government may still say no, we will not give you the information. That is again a big loophole here. Even though the Central Information Commission has been created, it has been established to ensure that the law works well. But even then, even after they have been established, even if they tell the government, even if they ask the government to go ahead and share the information, they may still say no. Now, what happened was, earlier, there was a case in which the Central Information Commission asked the government to give some information, but the government said no, we will not. So the person went to the Supreme Court also. The person went to Supreme Court saying that, please, you intervene. What did the Supreme Court say? Supreme Court said, we will not come in between this. Supreme Court said that the RTI law has created Central Information Commission. They are the one responsible for RTI. We will not come in between. So even the Supreme Court has denied interfering in these matters. Now, please understand this very carefully. Tomorrow, Supreme Court might change their mood and they might start interfering, because no one can stop the Supreme Court from doing that. But at least today, as where we stand today, the Supreme Court has said we will not interfere in the working of the Central Information Commission. They are the ones who will handle the law about the RTI. We will not go in and start to tell them what to do, what not to do. A lot of times, governments don't give out information. I'll give you an example. There is an author, a famous author called Anuj Dhar. So Anuj Dhar has written two very interesting books. I read one of those. One book that he wrote, the first book that he wrote, was about the death of Subhash Chandra Bose. You know, there's a mystery on the death of Subhash Chandra Bose. Did he die in the plane crash? Did he not die in the plane crash? What happened after that, etc. And then there was a second book that he has written. The second book that he has written, the title is called Your Prime Minister is Dead. That book is written on the death of Lal Bahadur Shastri, who died in Tashkent under again mysterious circumstances. So he's written two books. Now he says in his book, he says in his second book, when he was writing about Lal Bahadur Shastri, he says in his book that while writing the first book on Subhash Chandra Bose, he had filed an RTI with the government of India to release some old documents about Subhash Chandra Bose. Because the government still has a lot of documents, details about Subhash Chandra Bose's death. How did he die? Whether he died in that plane crash or not, etc. But the government denied, saying that we will not give out the information. The government said, no, we will not give out the information. It's a secret. He filed an appeal. He even went till the Central Information Commission. But Central Information Commission also sided with the government. They also said, yes, it's a secret. We cannot give you this information. So a lot of times, the information that you want may not be given by the government for various reasons. It can be because it's of national interest, it's an official secret or whatever. The governments can deny that information as well. Okay. Okay, I have a couple of questions about this death. Ghulam is saying, why is this a secret? See, death of Subhash Chandra Bose has been a very guarded secret. There are a lot of theories written about it. How did he die? Did he die in the plane crash or not? If the government believes that giving out certain information, actually would lead to some problems in the country, would lead to problems of law and order, then that information is usually not released. That is what happened with the case of Subhash Chandra Bose as well. Now, if you see, as I said, the time limit to get a response from the RTI, in usual cases, it is 30 days. That is, within 30 days, you will get the response. However, if someone's life or liberty is dependent on the answer, then you will get a response within 48 hours. Please understand this. If a usual RTI is filed, normal RTI, within 38 you get the response. If someone's life or liberty is dependent on the answer, then within 48 hours you will get the response. Now, what is an example of this? Let me give you an example of this, a real example, so that you can actually understand. Let's assume you want to open up a big hospital. Okay? You want to set up a huge hospital. Now, usually when you want to set up things for public good, like hospital, schools, colleges, universities, when you have to set up these huge things which will be for public good, you require a lot of land for this, and land is the biggest cost. So if you want to, let's say, set up a hospital, you can go to the state government of your state. You can request them that, can you give me some land either free of cost or at a low price, so that you can set up your hospital. And the government, the state governments which own the land of the state, they do have power to give away land at a cheaper cost or even free many times. So most of the big hospitals that you see in your state, many of those would actually be built on government land, because government has given them the land. But in return, what does the government ask for? In return, the government says that you have to reserve certain number of beds in your hospital for the poor people only. So, for example, the government will say that 25% of your beds, for example, will be reserved for poor people or people from EWS category, economically weaker section. So that's a kind of an agreement that is made between these hospitals who get land from the government at a cheaper price. Then they have to abide by that. Now let's take an example. A few years back, there was a case in Delhi. There was a person who had injured his spinal cord. Very serious injury, very poor person. He went to a hospital which was built on the government land, where the government had asked the hospital to reserve 25% of their beds for the poor people. This hospital denied giving admission to the patient. This hospital said that no, all the beds are full, we cannot give you the admission. So this person filed an RTI asking for information about the beds in the hospital. They filed an RTI to ask how many beds in this hospital are reserved for the poor section of the society. and how many of those beds are vacant and how many of those are filled. This RTI was filed. It was replied to within 48 hours. Hospital was punished also by the Center Information Commission because they had not given admission to the patient, and later on they were forced to give admission. So this is an example of how the 48-hour example actually works. A real example of what had happened in Delhi. Now, as I said earlier, the period of your RTI reply can be extended to 35 days also. In those cases where the Assistant Public Information Officer usually has to make sure that the RTI is transferred. So the job of the APIO is to transfer the RTI to the correct department wherever the question is actually asked from. Now, this RTI law has given a lot of rights to the people. First, you can choose your medium of request. Medium of request means online or offline. You can choose. You can choose your language of request, Hindi, English, language of your state, no compulsion of the language also. You don't have to tell the reason also for asking for information. A very, very big thing. Because earlier, you had to tell the reason. Telling the reason again becomes more complicated. Government could reject the RTI based on your reasoning as well. The fee is waived off for BPL, below poverty line. The fee of 10 rupees. The fee of 10 rupees has been waived off. If you are below poverty line, you have to submit the proof while submitting the RTI and it will be waived off. You will be told about the reasons for rejection as well. Meaning that if your RTI is rejected by the government department, by the public authority for any reason, and I'll show the reasons also in just a bit, you will be told specifically about what are the reasons. Why is it that your RTI has been rejected? The other interesting part is you can file appeal, that is a second appeal at least, to the Central Information Commission and the State Information Commission as well. That is, just like at the center government level, we have Central Information Commission. At the state level, we have the State Information Commission as well. Just like you can file an RTI asking for information from central government departments, similarly, you can file an RTI asking for information to the state government departments as well. Whichever state you are living in, if you want to ask for information from that state department, you can do that as well. If that is not answered, then the second appeal will go to your State Information Commission. So Central Information Commission works at the center government level and the State Information Commission works at the state level. If your RTI is not being responded to by the state government departments, then you file an appeal with the State Information Commission. So it depends on where and how your RTI has gone. Second appeal will lie with all these agencies. Now, this is one part of the story. The rights given to us as citizens. I'll tell you something other than this. I remember this again from my memory only, not that I can confirm it 100%, but from my memory. I remember I used to be in school when this RTI law was introduced. And when it was first introduced in 2005, people were very excited about it. Because people thought for the first time ever, we are getting a chance to ask questions to the government. We are getting a chance to actually ask for information. So there was a lot of excitement. And I still remember one of the first cases of RTI that became very famous. So this case was, again, don't Google because it is not the first case ever, but one of the first few cases I remember from my memory. Reading in the newspaper, there was this lady whose scooty, Activa, was stolen in Ghaziabad. And when the Activa was stolen, she went ahead and filed an FIR. Now, police handles these FIRs every single day. They don't really take it very seriously unless something very important has happened or you're a very influential person. The problem is that your FIRs are not taken that seriously. So when this lady filed the FIR with the police, they said, okay, we'll investigate and this and that, and they did not give a lot of attention. So someone suggested to this lady, why don't you file an FIR? Why don't you file an RTI? RTI for what? So she filed an RTI in which she wrote, I want to get information about the progress of investigation in my case. She said that since the police is not telling me what are they doing in my investigation, I want to know the progress that has been made on my case in the investigation, what has been investigated, what has not been investigated, and how much time will it take for the investigation to finish. This was an RTI that she had filed. Now, these kind of RTIs that were filed initially, again, because the RTIs were very famous when the law was first introduced in 2005, because the RTIs were so famous, it became a big news. There was a lot of pressure on the police officer as well. Within a week or so, her Activa was found. It was returned to her that, okay, ma'am, you have this Activa. Please don't file RTI from now onwards. So initially, when the RTI law was first introduced, it was seen as a game changer. It was seen as something that really truly empowers people. But now a lot has changed. And when I say a lot, it means a lot has changed. Now, the government officials themselves don't take the RTI law that seriously. Thousands of appeals are pending now. Lakhs of appeals, in fact, are pending now. Because at the second level, there is no time period, etc. given. At that time, when the law was first introduced, were taken very, very seriously. We will discuss a bit later about the problems in the law. So don't worry about that. Anyway, let's come back. So the law puts certain responsibilities on public authorities, how they should behave, and what they should do to implement the law properly. First obligation that has been put on them, they should maintain the records in such a manner and in computerized version so that it can be retrieved very easily. Tell me this. How many of you have had the big honor of going to a government office where files are lined one over the other, thousands of files are just sitting one over the other? How many of you have had that pleasure or the privilege to go there? Usually in government department like RTO, transport departments, land revenue, very big place where you will see that those files. Many of you have had the pleasure. Tehsil, you go to Tehsildar for land revenue, for any property registration, etc. You have had that pleasure, right? Now just imagine. Now just imagine you go to that office, an RTI has been filed, and information is in one of those files. Just imagine how long will it take for the person to take out that file and give you the information. How long will it actually take this? So unless you have that information that is easily accessible, how can you handle this? That still remains a big problem. So the responsibility is for the government officials to keep the records in such a manner that they're easy to find. Do you know, by the way, I don't know how many of you know this or not, a lot of times, even this has happened that you go and file the RTI, government will respond or government will reply that the files are missing. Why? The rats have eaten the file. The government will respond saying the rats have eaten the file. This also happens. This has happened. If you Google it, there are some cases where the government says, no, rats have eaten the file. Just like, I'll give you a real example. Just like, do you know, if the government, if the police, and this is a true example, if the police, let's say, raids a criminal house and they get 100 kg of drugs. Let's say police goes, raids a government house, 100 kg of drugs are stolen. When they have to submit this in the court, when they go to the court, they say, sir, only 40 kg is left. Why? Sir, 60 kg rats have eaten. And now because they have eaten these drugs, they are running at such a fast pace that we can't catch them. So the drugs are gone. So these are all real things. These are all real things. You can just Google and you can get to know a lot of these things. Because these 60 kgs actually get sold in the market for crores and crores of rupees. I am not telling you what to do when you become an IPS officer. Don't take ideas from here. But I'm just telling you how does it all work. That is how the police or the authorities have been working and finding loopholes in the law. Similarly, Abhi, I said don't take this idea, right? Don't take this idea. Anyways, let's come back. So again, even these files, etc., that you get in the government departments. And when someone files an RTI, the government just says, no, we don't have this. We don't have the files, because they have to computerize all of them. Now, the problem with computerization is, see, it's a very simple word. Let's just computerize it. Let's digitalize it. But for a country that has records of over 70 decades since our independence, there will be crores and crores and crores of files. It's not easy to just computerize all of them all of a sudden. It will take a lot of time. More than that, it will take a lot of investment from the side of the government as well. But the problem is, the government does not give any specific budget for the RTI. The RTI law, for example, doesn't have any special budget. Government doesn't give extra money that this is the money, take the money, computerize the records. That doesn't happen. That is why there's a very slow speed of computerization of government records. The other responsibility that the law has put on the public authorities is they should publish all the basic information and regularly update it. Means when you go to a government website, the government departments should properly put as much information on the website as possible. All the basic information should be written there. Thirdly, why should a person even have to spend 10 rupees to get the information? See, 10 rupees is not a lot of money, fine. But the problem is, me as a citizen of India, why should I even have to spend 10 rupees to file the RTI? If it's my government, if it's my country, I have the right to get that information. Why even 10 rupees? Why the government says that we have kept the fee as 10 rupees is, number one, so as people don't just randomly file the RTIs, they think twice. And secondly, to run the RTI portal, government has to spend some money. That is the logic that they give. But the law of RTI did not say that everyone should file the RTI. If you look clearly, the Right to Information Act, it says that the government departments themselves should come forward and give out as much information as possible. The suo moto disclosures should be much, much more. And all of you know, suo moto means by itself. The government departments, rather than actually waiting for the person to file an RTI, why don't they themselves give out information on the public portals? Why don't they bring out information? Because that will save a lot of time and money as well. Other responsibility is, every government department should have their own public information officer. As I told you, as per the RTI law, every government department should have their own PIO, whose responsibility it will be to handle all these RTIs. And if an RTI has come to your department, which was supposed to go to some other department, then within 5 days, transfer this. Within 5 days, you have to transfer. All of these things are responsibilities that have been imposed on the public authorities as per the RTI Act of 2005. As I told you, there can be appeals as well. First appeal will be from the same portal. Second appeal you cannot do from the RTI portal. If you want to file a second appeal to the Central Information Commission, you have to go to the website of the Central Information Commission. Again, second appeal has to be filed from the Central Information Commission website. It's a separate website. So that is how the government has made this law. First appeal will go to the same department from where you asked the question, just that it will now go to a senior official. Second appeal will be handled by the Information Commission. They will see if the information has to be given or not. Before I go ahead and talk about Central Information Commission, there are a few questions that were given to me. Let me answer those few questions and then we'll go ahead. Rupendra has a question. How many years old information we can know with the help of RTI? Rupendra, there is no limit on that. You can ask for any information that you want from the public authorities. Simranjit is saying, does GSTN fall in the scope of RTI? Simranjit, let me ask you this question. The GSTN, is it a public authority or not? Has it been made by the government or not? If it is made by the government, it will fall under RTI, as simple as that. Then I have a question from Pilli. So this information can be misused by other countries. So how to tackle this? See, obviously the government does not give out information that can be misused by anyone. So you have to trust the government on that. If government knows that this information can be misused, and see, other countries are more intelligent than we think. If the other country has to do something wrong against India, they will not wait for someone to file an RTI and get that information and then do something wrong. If the other country really has to do something, they can actually very easily go ahead and file the RTI. Although, also, by the way, the RTI law is not complete. We will talk more about RTI law. Don't worry. I will tell you which RTIs can be rejected, what are the exempted organizations. So we will talk about that as well. Don't worry. The RTI law is not complete. We'll talk about RTI a bit more. Then I have a question from Farhan. Can we file RTI on Pulwama attack? See, Farhan, as I said, you can file an RTI in whatever thing that you want. The government decides. If they think it is an official secret, they will not give it to you. As simple as that. So the RTI portal will not tell you, file RTI on this, don't file RTI on this. You can file an RTI asking the government anything. You can ask the government, at what time does the prime minister sleep, what time the president wakes up. You can ask anything. Would they reply or not? The government decides. So don't worry. If something is decided randomly by the government, even the UPSC is not going to ask you which RTI can be filed, which RTI cannot be filed. To all those people, Shargun, this is the last page. To all those people who are asking me different types of examples, can I file RTI on this? Can I file RTI on this, on this, on this, on this? I have one simple answer for all of you. If you are filing an RTI from a government authority, you can, first. Second, what kind of question you can ask? You can ask any question. Whether the government department wants to give you the answer or not, it depends upon them. So let them decide. You don't have to decide that. Whatever you want to ask, you can ask, sir, is chicken biryani better or veg biryani better? Sir, is mutton biryani better? Should I eat pulao? Whatever random question you want, you can ask. Let the government have this all. Let the government have that own thing. If they want, they can reply. If they want, they will not reply. So whatever you want, you can. Okay. So don't ask this question. Can we file an RTI on this or that or this or that? Okay. One last question that I have from someone. Process of filing offline. If you want to file the RTI offline, I don't know why would you do that, but if you really want to, go to the government department office from where you have to file the RTI, write the application and then give it to them. Simple. That is how it works. Let's go ahead then. The next thing about the RTI, or a part of the RTI law, was that the RTI Act of 2005 established a new statutory body called the Central Information Commission. Central Information Commission, again, it was created as a statutory body. The logic of having Central Information Commission is simple. They will ensure that the law is followed properly. If there are any problems with the RTI law, they will suggest changes to the government. They will make sure it is followed properly. Now, the Central Information Commission, or the CIC, how many members does it have? How does it work? We'll discuss that as well. The CIC has to be led by Chief Information Commissioner at the top. Apart from that, there can be maximum of 10 information commissioners. One Chief Information Commissioner and maximum of 10 information commissioners. So basically, there are total of 11 that you can have. One Chief Information Commissioner and maximum of 10. Labdeen, about those of you who are asking about the break, let's take it in about 10, 12 minutes from now. 10, 15 minutes maximum, we'll take the break. Okay, don't worry. So the Central Information Commission, as I said, that is the composition. The Chief Information Commissioner and maximum of 10 information commissioners, a total of 11 people at max. These are the people who are right now in the commission. As you can see here, the Chief Information Commissioner, fine, but apart from him, the information commissioners, that could have been 10 maximum. There are only 5 of them who have been appointed here. There are only 5 of them. Now, why is that the case? This has been a usual pattern by the government. This has been a very usual pattern by the government. That pattern is these people or most of these posts have remained vacant. Out of the 10, only 5, for example, have been appointed here. If you go back a few years, they were not even 5. If you go back a few years, there were 3, maximum 4 of them who were appointed. So a lot of these posts have been vacant. Now, why is it that the government keeps many of these posts vacant? Why is it that some governments or governments across the country don't really fill in these posts? Why would the government want that? Why government wants the vacancy? Why is that the case? Just give me a moment. Let me just change the pen. Just give me a moment. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Just give me a moment. Just 1 minute. Yep. Sorry. No, Sakshi, this is not the break. We will take a break in just a bit. Okay. So, as I was saying, why would the government want to keep the vacancies? Why is it that the government would not want to fill up all these? See, the answer is very simple. These kind of laws, such as the RTI, what are they doing exactly? These kind of laws are forcing the government, are forcing the government departments to give out information. And no government, and I'm not blaming any government, India, foreign countries, any political parties, no government wants to give out information. See, the logic is very simple. If there is a, let's say, good news, government will give you the good news very easily. They will publish it in the newspapers, they will publish it on the PIB, they will ask the media to run all of this. All these things will be done by the government. However, if the government is not giving you the news, that means the government does not want to give you that news. And when this law, with the help of the Central Information Commission, when this law is forcing the government to give out the information, no government would like it. That is why usually you see vacancies, not just vacancies. You also see that their working condition doesn't have a lot of powers. I'll discuss about that as well. Let's first discuss how are they appointed, what is the qualification. So they are appointed by the President of India as expected. President of India will decide upon the recommendation of a 3-member committee. So there are 3 members in a committee. Sorry. Prime Minister, who is the leader of the committee. Second member of the committee will be leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha. And the third person in the committee will be any union cabinet minister nominated by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister can choose any union cabinet minister. All these 3 together will sit, decide upon a name, give it to the president. The president will appoint that name. As you can see, in this 3-member committee, 2 are from the side of the government, 1 is from the side of the opposition. So it's very obvious that the government will have the majority. So the government will decide whichever name that they give would usually have the successful chance or chance of getting the successful appointment by the president. Now, who exactly, sorry, who can occupy these posts? What is the eligibility criteria? Look at the first one. The eligibility criteria says Chief Information Commissioner or Information Commissioners should be people of eminence in public life, having wide knowledge and experience in law, science, technology, social service, management, governance, etc. Now, please remember this. whenever we have these kind of very generic eligibility criteria, see, it is very generic that people should have experience, knowledge in these fields. That indirectly means that government will appoint civil servants. That is the indirect meaning of this. That the government will appoint IAS officers, IRS officers, IPS officers who are close to the government, who have been working with the government for a long time. Usually they are the ones who are appointed. That is why you have very generic kind of eligibility criteria. You don't have specific criteria that these many years you should have worked at this post. These many years you should have done this education. There is no specific criteria about education. There is no specific criteria for anything else. Very generic criteria. These are usually given because the government would want their choice of civil servants, IAS, IPS officers, etc., to come into the picture here. Also, the law says they cannot be members of parliament or legislative assembly or MLC. They cannot hold any other office of profit. They cannot be connected with any political party. And they cannot carry any other business or profession. None of these people would get to become central information or information commissioners or chief information commissioners. In order to get into the CIC, Central Information Commission, at the end of the day, you cannot be associated with a political party, you cannot have any business, etc. Now, there's a very interesting thing that you have to understand. In 2019, just about 4 years back, in 2019, the government of India made changes in the RTI law. They amended the RTI law. There were two major changes that were made. Please listen to this. In RTI law, there were two major changes that were made. First major change was in tenure. Let me first write it here. Changes in 2019. First major change was in the tenure. Tenure, which was earlier 5 years, was reduced to 3 years. So tenure was changed from 5 to 3 years. Second major change was in salary. So the earlier salary of Chief Information Commissioner was equal to salary of Chief Election Commissioner. So if the salary of Chief Election Commissioner increased, their salary will automatically increase. And the salary of Information Commissioners was equal to salary of Election Commissioners. That was the earlier logic. That if salary of Election Commissioner will increase, they will also increase. However, now, the new law after 2019 was salary of CIC will be 2.5 lakh per month and salary of information commissioners will be 2.25 lakh per month. So in short, the government decoupled, means separated the salary of information commissioners and election commissioners. What was the logic behind it? The government said the logic is election commissioners are constitutional positions. The government said election commissioners are more important. Election commissioners handle the entire democracy of the country. Without the proper working of the election commissioners, we would not have a proper democracy. So their importance is more, their stature is more as compared to the information commissioners. So government said we cannot have the same salary, we are decoupling that. However, the big debate in the society was not about the salary part. The big debate was a tenure part. What was the tenure? The government of India said tenure was earlier 5 years. Now, government will decide the tenure. Now, listen to this very carefully. Earlier, the tenure was fixed at 5 years. Now, the government decides the tenure. Government decides means today they can say 3-year tenure. Tomorrow they can say 1-year tenure if they don't like the working. Day after tomorrow they can say 6 months tenure if they don't like the working. So now the tenure has been dependent on the government. Now the government has been given the freedom to decide whatever tenure. Right now they have decided 3 years. But tomorrow if the government is in the mood and they don't like the working of these commissioners, they can very well announce that no, 3 years is too long. We are reducing it to 2 years or 1 year also. So rather than having a fixed tenure, Now the government has taken this power in their own hands, and for now at least they have reduced it to 3 years. Now, what is the issue with it? See, the simple logic that applies to all the government posts is the lesser the tenure, the lesser is your power. More the tenure, more is your power. When an official comes into this kind of a position, let's say someone becomes an information commissioner for the first time, it takes them a few months, even an entire year, just to understand the working of the department, to understand their real true powers, to understand how they would be working, etc. That is how it usually works. However, when you reduce the tenure of an officer, you give them only 3 years or only 2 years, they are not really able to make an impact or bring a major change. For example, if you look at most constitutional positions in US or UK, they have a tenure of 9 years, even 10, 12 years in many cases. For example, we have the CAG in India. CAG has a 6-year tenure. Same kind of officers in UK, US have 9 years tenure, 12 years tenure. But in India, we do not have these long tenures. Because again, as I said, the longer the tenure, more of the chance that they will be able to make some impact. And unfortunately, the governments don't want them to make such an impact. Because this kind of a law is, in simple terms, working to expose the government. That is the entire logic behind the law, to expose the government, to expose the government departments, to make them more transparent to the people. And no government would want that at the end of the day. That is a big problem. So now the tenure is dependent on the government, and right now the tenure is of 3 years. Apart from that, the retirement age of these officers was 65 earlier. 65 is retirement age even today. So no changes are made in the retirement age. The big two changes that were made in the 2019 amendment was the tenure and the salary part. Also, they are not eligible for reappointment. Once they complete the tenure, they will not be reappointed again to the same position. But the 2019 amendments were done mainly in terms of tenure and the salary only. How are they removed? What is the removal process? In Indian polity, I'm sure you would have read about removal process of a lot of different posts, right? Rather than confusing yourself, I'll give you a suggestion. In Indian polity, when you read about the removal process of different posts, just remember the removal process of two. Only two posts is good enough. One post is Supreme Court judge. Just remember removal process of Supreme Court judge, number one. Second, remember removal process of UPSC members. These two will be good enough. Why? See, Supreme Court judge removal, if you remember, it is exactly the same for High Court judge, exactly the same for CAG, exactly the same for Chief Election Commissioner, exactly the same for State Election Commissioner also. All of these are exactly the same. Similarly, if you remember the removal process of UPSC chairperson or UPSC member, again the same for CIC removal, CVC also. By the way, we will discuss about CVC later on. This is Central Vigilance Commission. We'll discuss about that. Similar for Lokpal, exactly the same. Same for National Human Rights Commission, exactly the same. All these are the same without any difference. So if you remember just these two, you will be good enough. You don't have to focus a lot on the others. Only these two will be good enough. For example, the removal process for Central Information Commission is the same as UPSC members. How is the person removed? For removal, the president has to remove. President will ask the Supreme Court to conduct an inquiry. Supreme Court will investigate the matter, and they will see if the person is guilty on these grounds. Number one, if the person is insolvent. Insolvent means bankrupt. You have taken money, but you can't return the money. Or the person is convicted of an offense of moral turpitude. Moral turpitude offense means corruption related cases. If there are corruption related cases against whom you have been convicted, or you engage in paid employment outside the office, if you get some other job, or you are unfit to continue because of unfirm mind or body. So physically, mentally, if you have some issues and you're not able to continue. All these are the reasons based on which the Supreme Court will conduct the inquiry. If they think the person is guilty, they will ask the president to take action, and the president will remove the person from the post. All these are the exact criteria used for removal of UPSC member or chairperson. CVC, it is the Central Vigilance Commission. Lokpal, National Human Rights Commission. A lot of these are removed in exactly the same thing, in exactly the same manner. So removal process is not very difficult. Just remember two and you will be good to go. Now, the State Information Commission depends on different states. So we are not going into detail of that. We are concerned only about the Central Information Commission, because Central Information Commission is the same for everyone across the entire country. So questions are asked on that. State Information Commission, it may change from state to state. Their composition may also change from state to state. So we are not concerned with that. We are concerned only with the Central Information Commission. Their provisions, their working powers are mainly almost the same as Central Information Commission only, but you don't have to go into respective states. Unless if you are preparing for your state PCS exam, let's say you're preparing for Karnataka PCS, Kerala PCS, Haryana PCS, Punjab PCS, or whatever, then in that case, you should go ahead and read about your State Information Commission as well. For the UPSC examination, you do not have to indulge a lot in detail about the State Information Commission. Focus a lot on the Central Information Commission only. This was a main question. We'll discuss that after we take a break. Let me take a few questions once again that are given to me. Post that, we'll take a break and we'll come back to discuss this question. Yes, Parul, State Information Commission is independent. They are not dependent on CIC. Okay, question from Rani. Rani saying, why is it that in spite of having transparency in India, we have highly corrupted ministers? I'll tell you a couple of things, Rani. First, as a person who is now preparing for UPSC exam, the highest job in the country, I would suggest you not to write statements such as all ministers are corrupt. Corrupt is a person who has been proven as corrupt by the court. It can be minister, it can be a non-minister as well. So please avoid making statements, writing statements, or saying statements like why are ministers corrupt? Because there is no logic or there is no law that proves that all ministers are corrupt or all the corrupt people are ministers only. First. Second, to say that we have transparency in India, say transparency is not something that you can achieve one single day. Transparency is an ongoing goal. Like today, you cannot say today we have transparency, tomorrow we will not have transparency. It's an ongoing goal that is achieved. Sometimes you can do better in that in all aspects. So to say that we have transparency 100%, it's not true. It's an ongoing process. Let me take one more question. Grishma is saying, how confidential data is secured by the government? Grishma, by not giving it in the RTI, that is how it is secured. We have something called the Official Secrets Act. We will discuss about this in this class only. Under Official Secret Act, if someone makes government official data public, there is a very tough punishment for that. Anurag is saying, can I ask question from state as well as center from the same RTI portal? How is it distinguished? So Anurag, you have a different RTI portal for the states and different RTI portal for the center. The one that I showed you is for the center. Payal is saying, is there any drawback of this RTI? Yes, Payal, there are drawbacks of RTI, which we will discuss after the break. Again, the RTI topic is not over. We still would discuss a few more things about the RTI, the drawbacks of RTI, the problems with the RTI law, why is it not working properly, etc. All of this will be discussed. Perfect. Let's take a break then. Come back in 15 minutes. This question, how to write this answer, we'll discuss once we come back after the break. Come back at 7:15. Don't be late and we'll continue from here. Thank you, guys. Hi everyone. I hope you're back. We'll wait for 1 more minute. Let others also join in, and then we'll resume. Till then, I had one more question. Uh, Mohammed is asking, can I seek information regarding an ongoing case in court? If the question is, can you? You can, but will the information be given? No. Any ongoing pending matter in the court will not be given. Perfect. So those are joined in on time. Let's resume from where we were. So this is a kind of a practice question. This is a kind of a question that has been asked, and UPSC is pretty used to asking these kind of questions. As you can see here, in 2020, the question was, recent amendments to the Right to Information Act will have profound impact on the autonomy and independence of Information Commission. Discuss. Now, please understand this. Since this was a question in 2020, and the question is saying recent amendment, so this is very obvious that they are referring to the 2019 changes. The changes that I just discussed, the changes that took place in 2019, they are referring to those changes only. What were the changes? As I said, mainly the changes were in salary and in tenure. This is what you have to focus on in your answer. Now, usually, most of the mains answer questions that you will see, there is a set pattern to answer most of these questions. The set pattern is you have to start with the introduction part, you go to the main body part, and then you go ahead and write the conclusion part. These are usually the different components of any mains answer that you will write. Let's start with the introduction part. What do you write in the introduction? What exactly is it? In the introduction part, you will have to write either of the two things. Remember this very carefully. In the introduction part, either you write about a fact or you write about a definition. In the introduction part, you either write a fact or you write an introduction. This applies to most of the questions that you will see. Whether you have to write a fact or you have to write a definition really depends on what the question is. For example, when the question is usually regarding something that happened recently, if there's a question that is based on current affairs, if there's a question that is talking to you about something that happened recently, in those questions, it is always advisable to go ahead with the fact of what happened recently. So if there is a recent occurrence, if there's a recent occurrence, then make sure that you go ahead with the fact. Make sure that you write about what are the different types, or what exactly happened recently. Let's say if you are attempting a question on history, if you're writing a history question, then obviously you cannot write something in the beginning that happened recently. So usually when you have something that happened recently in governance types of questions, start with the fact. For example, in the introduction part, 1 or 2 lines that you can write is, in 2019, the Right to Information Act was amended, wherein the government majorly made changes in the tenure and in the salary of the Central Information Commission, thus igniting the debate about the independence and the autonomy of the Information Commission. This can be a perfect introduction. Again, introduction can be about a fact that happened recently, that in 2019 what changes were made. Or if you want to go ahead with a definition, find a word or find a phrase in the question that needs a definition. You may write about another fact. Let's say you may write that Right to Information Act was introduced in 2005 to empower the citizens of India to ask for information from public authorities. You can write that question as well as the introduction. So introduction really depends on what kind of question there is. You can write a definition, you can write a fact, but again, if there is something that happened recently, that occurred recently, usually try and go ahead with a fact. Then comes the main body. The main body is where most of the points of your answers have to be. In the main body, you will start writing that in 2019, two big amendments were made by the government of India to the RTI Act. First, you can write about the salary part, as we had discussed, that the salary was decoupled from election commissioners, making it much more dependent on the government and thus igniting the debate whether they are still autonomous or not. Then you can write about the tenure, that the government has cut down the tenure from 5 years and the government now holds the power to decide the tenure. Right now, the government has decided the tenure to be 3 years. Reduction in tenure also means that their independence has been cut down, because now any action taken by the commission against the government can result in reduction or cutting down of the tenure of the election of the information commissions. This would be in the main body, the salary and the tenure. You can also give examples of how higher tenures are given to other offices, if not of other countries. Take an example of India itself. Tenure of, let's say, the CAG is 6 years. Tenure of UPSC chairperson, UPSC members is 6 years, while their tenure has just been cut down to 3 years. So cutting down of the tenure doesn't allow them to settle in the job, doesn't allow them to have better reforms. This is what you have to write in the main body. Now, in the concluding part, it depends what kind of a question there is. You can either write a way forward, or you can summarize also whatever you have written. Depends upon what kind of a question is. In some cases, you can also offer some suggestions. Depends on what kind of a question is. Please understand this. When there is a question that only has 150 words of word limit, like in this case, the word limit is only 150 words. It's a short answer. If it's only a 150 word answer, there is no point in summarizing it in the conclusion. You summarize or you put a summary in the conclusion if it's a longer answer, like at least 250 words. Then you might put it in the summary. But if it's on just a 150 word answer, there is no point of summarizing it. Rather than that, in these kind of questions, you can either give a way forward or a suggestion. You can say that the bedrock of any democratic country is formed on the basis of transparency. And in India, the Central Information Commission plays a key role in implementing the RTI law and in empowering the common citizens of India. Thus, their autonomy and independence should be safeguarded by the government. This kind of a one or maximum 2 lines of way forward or suggestion can be given from your end. As simple as that. This is how you can attempt these kind of questions. As I said in the beginning, questions based on RTI are very common, both in the prelims and in the mains examination. As you can see here, questions on RTI are not very complex, they are very straightforward. But if you did not know what is the current amendment or what was the recent amendment, then you would not be able to answer such question, right? Because the entire question is based on the recent amendments that were made. So if you don't know what was a recent amendment made in 2019, you will never be able to answer this question. This is why in governance, it is extremely important for you to keep track of all the current affairs related news. Because if you don't keep a track of current affairs related news, you will lose out on a lot of questions in governance, because most questions will be somewhere based on what happened recently on the current affairs. So please make sure that you actually focus here. Okay, Jasmeet wants me to repeat the conclusion. I'll do that. So I'll repeat the conclusion once again. Maximum 1 or 2 lines. You can say that the Central Information Commission plays a key role in implementing and safeguarding the Right to Information Act, which is the bedrock of transparency in Indian governance. Thus, the government of India should ensure autonomy and independence of the Information Commissioner going forward. As simple as that. That is how you can write the answer. Pretty simple, straightforward. As we go ahead, I will give you more questions to answer. And as we go ahead, I will also give you some model answers as well. So you don't have to worry. We will try and make sure that we go ahead and practice as many mains questions as possible along with the prelims questions as well. So you will get a lot of content in data, etc. of how to write. Come back to the RTI law. The RTI law part is also, or it also gives rise to a big debate about balance. Now, what do you mean by balance? Balance is, what about the debate between national interest or national security of the country versus an individual's right to information? If I have the right to know something, can the government deny it saying it is against national security? I'll give you a simple example. In 2020, we held the Galwan Valley clashes. When we had the Galwan Valley clashes, soon after that, our Defense Minister Rajnath Singh came to the parliament and he made a statement about what happened in Galwan. He said a couple of things. After making a statement, he said that I cannot give you more information at this point of time because your operation is still ongoing. So, what was he doing? He was making some information confidential or keeping some information confidential because it was of national interest. So just because we have the RTI law doesn't really mean that you can just go ahead and have the RTI law overrule all the national security or any national interest. The national interest, the security of the country comes first, and only after that comes the RTI. This is why there are a lot of exemptions to the RTI law as well. I'll give you an example. There are a lot of reasons using which the government and the public authorities can deny you the information. Let's look at what are the reasons. First, any information that affects the sovereignty and integrity of the country will not be given. Any information that impacts the security of the country will not be given. Any information which is of strategic, scientific, or economic interest of the state will not be given out. Relations with foreign state. Any information that will endanger or jeopardize India's relationship with a foreign country will not be given out. Any information that will lead to incitement of an offense, anything that will lead to any offense, all this information will not be given out. Not just this, information that causes contempt of court. Contempt of court means when you go against a court order, when you go against a court directive, that will also not be given. Information that causes breach of legislative privilege will also not be given. What do you mean by that? In Indian polity, you would have read that the parliament can have secret meetings. Have you read this? The Parliament of India can have secret meetings in certain cases. Now, what exactly do you mean by this? In simple terms, what happens is, if the parliament, let's assume, is discussing a very important matter, and the Parliament of India thinks that in this matter, or when we are discussing this, we do not want any media from outside, we do not want any outsider, they can have a closed door meeting. No outsider will be allowed. I'll give you an example in this. So, for example, when Telangana was formed, at that point of time, there were a lot of protests against formation of Telangana. Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly itself said that we do not favor the formation of Telangana. As a result of which, when the parliament was passing the bill on Telangana reorganization, Andhra Pradesh reorganization rather, it was a closed door meeting. They did not allow anyone actually to come in. Now, what happened after that was that when the parliament has this closed door meeting, the logic behind this was that the parliament does not want information to go out from what happened in this meeting. So, similarly, if you have asked for information from this, that will be a part of breach of legislative privilege. So if you, let's say, ask a question about a closed door meeting, about a secret meeting, you will not be given because it will be a breach or a violation of the legislative privilege that the parliaments have. Not just this, any third party information about commercial confidence, trade secrets, intellectual property will not be given. For example, Can you file an RTI, ask ISRO, please tell me how did you make the Mangalyaan? I also want to make Mangalyaan in my home. Please tell me how are you working on Chandrayaan? Please tell me. Can you ask information from the HAL? How did you make the Tejas fighter plane? Please tell me. Obviously, they will not give you this information. Why? Because that is a trade secret. It's a violation of their intellectual property. So they will not give that to you. So these informations also will not be given. Then the information available to a person in the fiduciary relationship will also not be given. Now, what do we mean by fiduciary relationship? How does it work? Let's try and understand. What is fiduciary relationship? Fiduciary relationship is a relationship that you have with someone when you help them out in certain cases. For example, doctor, lawyer, accountants, all of these people would have a lot of personal information about you, right? For example, you have a lot of your doctor would know a lot of things about you that others don't know. Your lawyers would know a lot of things about you that others don't know. Your accountants, CA, etc., would have a lot of things or would have a lot of information about you that others don't know. All these people are in a fiduciary relationship with you, means they have information about you because they are in that relationship where they are helping you in certain cause. So let's assume there's a government doctor. You cannot file the RTA asking the government doctor saying that please give me the information about what are the different types of diseases the minister has, because the doctor got that information because he or she is in a fiduciary relationship. Again, fiduciary relationship is when you are giving some services to a person. Because of that relationship, you get to know some personal information that also will not be shared under the RTI. Usually, doctors, lawyer, accountants, these are the people who are in a fiduciary relationship. Similarly, information received in confidence from a foreign government will not be given. Let's give this example as well. We have seen ever since we were kids that a lot of bank accounts in Switzerland are owned by Indians. There's a lot of black money in Switzerland, right? Everyone tells you this same story that Swiss bank accounts have a lot of black money, so on and so forth. So let's assume the government of India goes to government of Switzerland. We tell the government of Switzerland, please give us the information about those Indians who have bank accounts in your country. Switzerland says we will not give it to you because it will delete people's trust. On the other hand, the Supreme Court, or on the other hand, the government of India tells Switzerland government that don't worry, we will keep this information secret with ourselves. If someone files an RTI asking for what are the information, what is the information we got from you, we will not give it to anyone. So if India has promised Switzerland government that give us the details of the bank account holders of Indian origin in your country, we will not share with RTI, please give us the details. That also is an information that will not be shared under RTI. So under RTI, none of these informations are shared. All of these will be denied. If you ask this, it will all be denied. Then information that would endanger a person's life or physical safety, it will not be shared. Any information that is a part of ongoing investigation, apprehension, prosecution of the offenders, it will not be shared. Government documents which have not been made public so far will not be shared, like cabinet discussions, administrative documents, final decision that the government is taking. So far, if the government has not taken the final decision, for example, let's come back to the parliament example only. So if in the parliament example, if you are asking the question to the government that what are the different companies you are considering to give contract for parliament building, if the government so far has not made the final decision about which company will get the contract, they will not share this information with you because it has still not been made public. Because this is still not made public. All of this information will not be shared with you under the RTI. Also, information which relates to personal information. For example, let's take this example. Can you ask what is the Prime Minister having in his lunch? What is or where does a minister's son or daughter go to study? No, you cannot ask those informations. Although ministers, prime minister are public authorities, but you cannot ask their personal information. You can only ask their official information. So whatever they are working in their official capacity, only and only in the official capacity can you have these questions asked. You cannot have these questions in the personal capacity of a person. Not just this, information can be denied if it is infringement of copyright. As I said, you cannot ask for something which is protected by intellectual property. You cannot ask something which has been owned by someone, that will not be given. Also, other big problem is something called the Official Secrets Act. We will discuss about Official Secrets Act in the end of this class. There is a problem with a law called OSA 1923. OSA stands for Official Secrets Act. Official Secrets Act. Now, what is the problem with the Official Secret Act? How does it work? Let's try and understand this. So basically, the Official Secret Act is that in this particular act, the government of India has the power to say that a certain document is an official secret and that is why we will not share it with you. The problem is there is no proper definition of the word or of this phrase, what can be an official secret and what cannot be an official secret. For example, let's say you ask for some information from a public authority. The government does not want to give out that information. The government will just make an excuse and say, no, no, this is an official secret. How can we give it to you? So giving out official secret when the government does not want that to happen, they have this loophole in their hand that they can simply argue that this is an official secret and thus it will not be given out. The problem, as I said, is simple. We do not have an official definition or a proper method to decide which information will be official secret, which is not. In fact, this was a law introduced by the British specially to curtail the Indian press. When Indian newspapers were writing articles against the British government, because the government ruled by the British, run by the British, did not want the Indian newspapers to publish anything against the British, they had passed this law and they had made all the government documents, all the government information as an official secret. So any newspaper publishing anything against the government was in violation of Official Secret Act and the person then would be charged. Similar is the case here as well. In this case also, the government of India has been using the Official Secret Act as a kind of a weapon against the law whenever they do not want to disclose any particular information. Now, these were the situations under which you will not be given information even if you ask for RTI. Then there is another story to it. There are many government organizations which you call as intelligence organizations, or you call them security organizations. There are many intelligence and security organizations that have also been given a lot of exemption. I'll show you a list of those organizations in just a bit. For example, this is the long list. As you can see, this is the long list that has been given here. Anyway, let's come back. So basically, in these organizations, because they work for our security, for our safety, for gathering intelligence, you cannot ask a lot of questions to them. So can RTI be filed for them? Short answer is yes, but only in very few cases. Only if there is an issue related to corruption, or if there is an issue related to human rights. Again, let me repeat. If there is an issue related to corruptions and if there is an issue related to human rights, only in these two cases we have a situation where you can file an RTI asking for information from these agencies as well. They get a special treatment in the sense that for them, they get 45 days of time period. They get 45 days of time period to decide whether or not they have to give information. And this list is amended by the government time and time again. The government amends this list. They have added a lot of these organizations. For example, all these organizations feature in this list. IB, RAW, CRPF, CAPF, Border Security Force, all these organizations are the ones from where you cannot file RTI except in case of corruption or human rights violations. And in that case also, they get a 45-day time period to respond to it. All these are the organizations, 25 of these. Do you have to remember all of those? No. I would not say remember all of those. If there has been a new organization, let's say, added to the list recently, then read about it. Just read the list twice or thrice. That will be good enough. I would not suggest you to remember each and every word of these. Before I go ahead, let me again take a few questions that are given to me. Okay, Vishwa. How can we expect accountability from CIC officers to ask our question against the government while they are appointed by the government itself? See, Vishwa, the problem is in that way, you cannot expect accountability from anyone because at the end of the day, everyone is appointed by the government only, right? If that is the logic that you cannot trust someone appointed by the government, then tell me a person who is not appointed by the government and working in the government. There's no one like that. So at the end of the day, you will have to trust that the people who are working there would do their job properly. There is no other way but to trust them. So you have to do that. Okay, Satyam has a long question. You said that Supreme Court doesn't overrule CIC's order. But when Arvind Kejriwal filed the FIR in Gujarat University asking PM graduation degree, matter went till CIC, which also ordered university to give the PM degree to Kejriwal. But Gujarat University challenged the order in the Gujarat High Court, which passed the order to overrule CIC judgment. Satyam, I think you should read your question again. I said Supreme Court. You are giving an example of High Court. So, as I said, Supreme Court has said we will not interfere in this. Your question, that the long question that you are asking, is about High Court. So I think that answers it for you. Then I have another question. Sushmit, RTI is a legal right or fundamental right? So Sushmit, RTI is a legal right, but the Supreme Court in 1986, for example, said that it will be implied that freedom of expression also should include the right to information. But it has not been explicitly mentioned so far ever since the 2005 law has been passed. So for now, the present status, it is a legal right. Then I have a question. Okay, these are the questions that were given to me. Okay. The question about RTI, yeah, Sushmit, I think I've answered your question. It's a legal right for now. Perfect. Let's move ahead then. Now, the RTI law has had a lot of impact, good also and bad as well. Let's discuss both of these. Let's first start with the good part of the law. The good part of the law, it has become a very big grievance redressal tool. Remember the example that I gave you? That the first ever case that I remember, again, I'm not saying it was the first ever case, one of the first few cases that I remember, that lady filing the RTI about the FIR, that kind of an example shows how RTI has become a tool in the hands of the common people to ask for their grievances. If they have a complaint, the government officers have not taken any action, they can use the RTI tool for that. Now, the problem is, now the law doesn't work in such a strict manner as it used to do earlier. It has also helped in exposing scams, corruption, wasteful expenditure in many cases that comes to light. It has even set the trend for other right-based legislation. Means around the same time, we have many other similar right-based laws. For example, around the same time, we had right to education, RTE. Around the same time, we had the right to food, the Food Security Act. Around the same time, we had the right to work under Manrega. So once this was successful, a lot of other right-based laws were introduced around the same time and are still introduced time and time again, because it was seen as a part of the rights that people should be given. RTI applications have been able to give a lot of information to many people. Many of them have made a good impact. Many of them have been able to use this, but most of them are still not really aware of how the RTI would impact. Now, coming to the big part of the issues, there are still a lot of issues that exist in this act. First, the biggest problem, there are a lot of vague words that are written. The biggest example of vague words is, remember in the beginning of the class we discussed NGOs that are substantially financed will be covered. Now, what is the definition of substantially financed? How much money is considered as substantially financed? There is no clarity on that. So the words are vague, the phrases are vague. First problem. Second problem, the government has a right to reject frivolous application. What are frivolous applications? Frivolous, the word just means non-serious. Frivolous means non-serious. So the non-serious applications can be rejected. For example, as someone even asked me in the chat, what if someone abuses in the RTI? What if someone just asks this information in a comical manner? The government has a right to reject. The problem is the government department, the PIO decides what is a frivolous application, what is not a frivolous application. So how to identify whether an application was filed seriously or is it a frivolous or non-serious application? There is still no clarity on that. Next problem. The list of exempted organizations is a long list. The list of exempted organizations is a long list, and the government keeps on adding to that list. The problem is there is again no clarity on how this list would work and how this list would not work. What is the criteria based on which the government would include certain organizations in the list and would not? There is not much clarity on that. The government, whenever they want to protect and safeguard certain organizations, can keep on adding to this list time and time again. Other big problem. A lot of applications are just pending. How are they pending? Because at the second appeal level, there is no time period that is given. At the second appeal level, we do not have a time period that within this time period, the reply has to be given. This is a slightly older data of 2020, but the situation has not improved even now. In 2020, there were over 2 lakh cases, at least 2 lakh cases that were pending in the RTI at the center level and at the state level as well. Many state governments have not been giving a lot of attention to their information commissioners. Many state governments don't even have information commissioners for many years. Information commissioners don't have any head, don't have members. Many of the posts are lying vacant. All these applications are becoming a big burden on the working of the commission because they are not able to give the rights that the people deserve. Other big problem, the problem of bureaucratic mindset. What exactly do you mean by bureaucratic mindset? Let's try and understand. Let's forget about the UPSC exam for one moment. Okay, let's not talk about UPSC exam. Apart from UPSC exam also, lakhs and lakhs of people, even crores of people, I would say, every year in India try to get a government job. Again, I'm not talking about UPSC. Let's not talk about UPSC. Let's talk about just general government jobs. Now tell me this, why would a person run so much after a government job in India? What do you think are the reasons? Why do people are so crazy about government jobs that they want to get a government job? Why exactly is that the reason? See, yeah. So a lot of you are giving very similar kind of answers. Job security is one answer, right? Stability is one answer, right? That is what you're saying. Permanent job is one answer. Basically, when COVID-19 crisis took away thousands and lakhs of jobs across the country, the people who were doing the government job, they did not have any impact of that. They still got their salary just the normal way. So job safety, job security, that is the reason, right? All of you would agree? Okay. Okay, now tell me this. I'll add on to this one more. Now, when you say job security or stability, am I correct if I say that job security, job safety also means that even if you don't work very hard, even if you're not the top performer, nothing will happen to your job. Is it right if I say this? Job security means what? Even if you're not the top performer, you're not going ahead and you are achieving all the goals, even then your job is fine, right? Okay, correct. Mostly that is what happens. Again, I am not generalizing it. There will always be some exceptions, and God bless those exceptions because they are the ones who are running the country. But mostly this is true. Now, let's imagine let's imagine a person in India who got a government job because he or she wanted job security, job safety, not having to run all day. The government all of a sudden says to this person that your days of working peacefully are over. Now RTIs will be filed. You have to reply RTIs within 30 days. You have to take action. You have to give out all the information. Would you be happy as a government servant then? Just imagine. Would you be happy? Because the expectation that you had when you got this government job was not really this. The expectation was, no, I don't have to do this. I don't have to run after anything. I will sit back, relax, do whatever I want. But that is not really the case. This is the problem of bureaucratic mindset. You don't come into this. You don't come into the government in most cases to go and do something over and above your job. That is a big problem. Second big problem, no budget has been given for most RTI departments. As I said earlier, even if a government official would want to give you information, they will not be able to give information because information is hidden in those thousands of files, one over the other, one over the other. And those information hidden in thousands of files will not allow you to get any information. In order to digitalize them, in order to computerize them, you will have to give certain budget. But again, no budget is being given specifically for the RTI for computerization. Third big problem, junior rank officers are appointed as PIOs. Now listen to this very carefully. Usually, who are the PIOs? The public information officers. Who gets this post? Usually, in a government department, lower ranked officials get the PIO post. Now, let's take a simple example. Let's assume that you filed an RTI. This RTI can be answered by the head of the department only. The question that you asked, the answer is only known by the head of the department. Now, let's take a simple example. This Mr. PIO got the RTI. He went running to the room of or the office of head of the department. Head of the department says, oh, come back tomorrow, I'm very busy. Then tomorrow you again go. Then the HOD says, come back tomorrow, I don't have time for you. Now tell me, as a PIO, would you be able to force your head of department to give it information within 30 days? Would you be able to do that? No, you will not be able to do that. Because no matter what you say, in a government department, hierarchy is very rigid. Hierarchy is very, very, very strict. When you are at a lower level, there are not a lot of ways in which you can convince your seniors to actually regard what you are saying as serious. So junior level officials, when they become PIOs, they don't have a lot of authority in order to implement these decisions. Suo motu disclosures have been very poor. As we discussed earlier, the objective of RTI was not that for everything you have to give 10 rupees and ask for information. The objective of RTI was the government departments themselves should disclose information. And if some information is pending, if it is not disclosed, then people can file the RTI. So the idea was suo motu disclosures. Disclosures by themselves should be very, very large. They should be out in the open. But that has not happened. Suo motu means by itself. Suo motu means by itself, means without waiting for anyone to file the RTI. The government departments ideally should disclose information, but they don't do that. That also is a problem. Then, additional responsibility given to PIOs without additional incentives. Now, understand this system. In a government department, they don't recruit a new person from outside to become the PIO. No, 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 no. What they did was, when the RTI law was introduced, people who were already working in the department at some position, one of them was given an extra responsibility that now from today onwards you are also the PIO of the department. So whatever you were doing earlier, you continue doing that. From now onwards, you go ahead and you become the PIO also. So there is no extra incentive for that person. He or she is not getting any extra salary. He or she is not getting any extra perk. They are just being told that now you have one more responsibility. And no, Vimal, I'm sorry to say, but extra responsibilities in governments don't pay extra. When you are in a government job, you will not be paid extra for extra responsibilities. You will only be paid extra with promotion, with pay commission, and nothing else. That is again a big problem. That PIOs have been asked to do additional work without any additional incentives. Also, the record management is extremely poor. Just remind yourself or picture yourself in that government room with thousands of files, one over the other, one over the other. Even if a government official really wanted to give you information, they will not be able to. Because how exactly will they find out that information? It doesn't have just control F, find whatever you want. No, that is not how the government data is. The government records is very poor. That also remains a problem. Then, penal provisions are rarely used. Now, what exactly do you mean by this? When the law was introduced, one of the best points about the law, which everyone appreciated, the best point about the law was that there is a 30-day time limit to answer. If an official does not answer within 30 days, there was a deduction in the salary. How much? 500 rupees per day. That was a deduction in the salary. That if you don't answer RTI within 30 days, then your salary will be cut. This is what made common people very happy. Because nothing makes common people more happy than seeing the government officials not getting their full salary, right? Everyone takes so much pleasure in that. I don't know why. But this was a part of the law. But after a few years, it was just never used. Who decides whether penalty will be put or not? The CIC decide. The Central Information Commission, they decide. Not just penalty, they can even suspend the officer if they are not doing their job properly in replying to the RTI. So the law does talk about penalties. It does talk about penalty in terms of salary cut. It does talk about penalty in terms of suspension also. But in reality, none of these are really implemented. Other problem, the state information commissioners have not given their annual reports online the prescribed time limit. What do you mean by that? Basically, okay, adjudicators basically means faults in the CIC or SIC. What are the faults in Central Information Commission? So these are the faults in Central Information Commission. Second problem, as I was discussing, every government body that we have, every statutory body, every constitutional body, all of them have this responsibility that they have to prepare an annual report at the end of the year about what they did throughout the year. Whatever they did throughout the entire year, whatever different types of applications were filed, what they replied, all of that, they have to compile an annual report, and then they have to post that annual report online on their portal. This is what the Central Information Commission also should do, but they are not being doing that. Most states have information commissions that have not given their annual report online for a long time. That is also a big problem. Information commissioners don't have contempt power. What do you mean by contempt power? As I said earlier, the problem is, even if the government does not agree to what the order of the CIC is, let's say CIC says that I or we want the government to disclose some information. Government doesn't do that. They don't have any content powers. They can't tell the government to forcefully give out some information. That is also a big problem. There are many pending cases with CIC. As I showed you, there are thousands and thousands of cases pending at the CIC level because there's no time limit. And a part of the reason is also because there are vacancies in the Information Commission. There are still many vacancies in the Information Commission, as we just So out of the 10 information commissioners, only 5 posts are filled. Other 5 posts are vacant. And this is also a much bigger improvement as compared to earlier years. Few years back, there were only 3 or 4 of them, not even 5. That has changed, but there are still vacancies that remain here. Then, apart from this, there's also a big problem of blackmailing. Now, what do you mean by blackmailers and what is this problem? Do you know there are a lot of politicians and bureaucrats that hate the RTI law? They hate the RTI law. Why? For example, look at the Chief Minister of Telangana, KCR Rao. He has always been speaking against the RTI law. Why? Because he says that this is actually used by blackmailers. I'll give you a real example, a real life example, or what can happen, and you can decide how it actually works. Let's assume after a few years you become the district magistrate of a district. Okay, choose your district, whatever you want. Let's say after some years you become the district magistrate. Now, unfortunately, in your district there was a flood. There was a rainfall, cloud burst, there was a flood. Because of this, what happened? The government announced that everyone whose house has been damaged will be given 5 lakhs compensation from the government. Okay, government says 5 lakh compensation to everyone whose house has been damaged. In these cases, responsibility is of the district magistrate, the DM. So you will be getting the responsibility. Government will tell you, prepare a list of those people whose house has been damaged, prepare the check and give the money to them. Now what will happen? You will ask or you will give an order that everyone whose house is damaged should come to your office, bring the property papers to prove that it was their house so that you can make a check. Now, in this situation, let's say there's an old lady that comes to you, says that I am living alone or I was living alone, my house is all damaged, I don't have any family members, I don't even have papers to prove because my family members, I don't know where they have kept it. So she doesn't have any official proof to prove that she is the owner of the house. You ask around everyone, everyone tells you that yes, she was living in this house for many years, but no one knows if she is the owner. Everyone tells you that she was living here. So what do? Because you are a good person, you're an ethical person, you have always dreamt of becoming the person who changes the society. So you decide that I will give the money. You gave 5 lakh rupees of check, everything is sorted, no problem. Now, after 3 years, some RTI activist files an RTI, gets information about who were the people who were given 5 lakh rupees in your district 3 years back. In that list, the RTI activist finds out there was this lady who got 5 lakh rupees even though she did not have ownership papers. That blackmailer or that RTI activist will call you that I will file a case against you. I will prove that you took 3 lakh rupees from the lady, gave her 2 lakh rupees. This was corruption. Give me 1 crore rupees or I will tarnish your entire image. Then what would you do as a DM? This is a big problem. Bureaucrats, politicians, all of them say that RTI law stops us from working properly. They say that the RTI law creates a fear in our mind. Whenever we go ahead, help the general public, we are always fearful that someone will file a case against us. I'll give you one more example, and this time a real example. COVID-19 crisis, India was short of ventilators, we were short of oxygen concentrators. India imported all these oxygen concentrators, ventilators from outside India. Thousands of them came in, landed at the Delhi airport. For many days, they were at the Delhi airport only. They did not come out, they were not given to hospitals. News came in, everyone said bureaucracy is so bad, bureaucrats are just doing the paperwork. Can't they just give the ventilators to the hospital first and then do the paperwork later on? Bureaucrats said, no, we will not do that. Why? Because bureaucrats said that today everyone will say bureaucrats are very good. They provided the ventilators without paperwork. But after 10 years when everything will be normal, people will forget. And someone will then file a case that who was this bureaucrat who did not do paperwork and smuggled ventilators into India. Because bringing something into India without paperwork is smuggling, right? So now that retired bureaucrat who was doing something for public interest would have to go to court time and time again explaining why he did that 10 years ago, because then no one will come for his help. So what do the bureaucrats say? Bureaucrats say, I will wait, no problem, but I will not go to the court after my retirement. It's better to wait, do all the paperwork. Because of this, many people, especially the bureaucrats and especially the politicians, are against RTI. Because many people say RTI has given rise to blackmailers as well, who keep on filing RTIs, because it is just 10 rupees, so that they can get some information which can be used sensationally in a news. That is a big problem. Other big problem, shallow awareness. Let me ask you this question. All of you are educated people, well-learned people. At some point of time in your life, you would have been in a situation where you would have wanted to ask a question to the government. But most of you never filed the RTI. Right? Am I right? Most of you have never filed the RTI. You are all educated. You might have been curious about something, but you never filed the RTI. Yes? Now, tell me this honestly. Tell me this. If today you ask someone how to buy mutual funds, would they know the answer or not? Would you know the answer? How to buy mutual funds? What do you think? Mostly, if you ask people how to buy mutual funds, or if I ask you how to buy mutual funds, most of you would know this. Yes, most of you would know this. How to buy mutual funds. Most people would know how to buy mutual funds today. How do you know this? The school never told you, college never told you. So how do you know how to buy mutual funds? How do you know that? How to buy mutual funds? You know that because you saw an ad. You know that because you saw maybe in the newspaper, maybe in the news media, but you saw somewhere, right? So you are aware about that without the school or college educating you, but you are aware, right? But in this case, how many people in India do you think are aware about how to file an RTI? Do you think a common person knows how to file an RTI? No. Why? Because there is absolutely no awareness made by the government. No one has been told, no one comes to your TV in the night and says, the nation wants to know why do not file an RTI. No one tells you this. There has been lack of awareness when it comes to filing of the RTI. No one knows this because the awareness still doesn't exist. Now, in order to improve the RTI, there are certain recommendations given by the second ARC. What is ARC? We will discuss about ARC in detail later on. ARC stands for Administrative Reforms Commission. In 2005, second ARC was formed in order to give recommendations of how to improve the administration in the country. ARC gave a total of 15 reports. One of the reports was about RTI. This is what they suggested. They suggested that number one, repeal the OSA. OSA is Official Secrets Act. As I said earlier, Official Secrets Act allows the government to hide information from you, calling it a secret. They said that oath of secrecy should be replaced with oath of transparency. How many of you have seen any minister, central or state, taking the oath on TV? Have you seen that? How many of you have seen the oath of ministers? Most of you would have, some of you have not. Okay. If you have seen the oath, I'll remind you something. When a person takes the oath, there are two oaths, not one. There are two oaths that are taken. One is called oath of office. That is the first oath that you take. Second oath is oath of secrecy. One is called oath of office. Second is called the oath of secrecy. Oath of office is, I am occupying this office. I will do whatever is in the best of my ability. That is called the oath of office. Oath of secrecy. Oath of secrecy means that I promise whatever information I know, because I'm in this post, I will not share with everyone. That is called oath of secrecy. Again, oath of secrecy means that you will keep secret whatever is told to you. Many ministers misuse this oath of secrecy. Why? Many ministers say, we will not reply to RTI because we have taken the oath of secrecy. So the second ARC recommended oath of secrecy should be removed. It should be replaced by oath of transparency. The minister should take the oath that we should be transparent rather than being secretive. They also suggested review of second schedule means exempted organizations. That the list of exempted organizations should be reviewed. It should not be a very long list. Confidential document should be classified properly. Not every document can be an official or can be a confidential document. Only those documents that have real secrets, they should be confidential. And also make sure that record management is done in a proper manner. Because if you don't have proper records, doesn't matter even if you want to give out information, you will not be able to share information. So government should focus on record management as well. Then change the process to select the information commissioners. Right now, as I said, most of these are civil servants only. Suggestion is at least half of the people should be from non-civil service background. Why? So that they are not working in the interest of the government. They are working in the interest of everyone. Training should also be given for civil servants about how RTI law works so that they can also go ahead and improve the application of the RTI law. Have these recommendations been accepted? No. Most of the recommendations of the second ARC have not been accepted. We have a separate class on second ARC recommendations. We'll go into detail then. They also suggested that PIO should be a higher ranked official. As I discussed, the problem of PIO being a lower level official is their words are not taken seriously. They also suggested we should have a national coordination committee of all the state information commissioners coming together. So information commissioners of all the different states should come together as one single national committee, and they should coordinate how exactly is it that the law is working in their state. All of these are suggestions given by the second ARC. Now, what I'm going to do here is I am going to stop the class here. We will resume here from tomorrow. What we are going to do is I will go over to the quiz. Let's first do the quiz for today. Then I will have some 5 minutes for your questions, and then we will end it so that we can resume here from tomorrow. Is that fine? Let's go to the quiz. Let's see whatever we have studied. We will start here from tomorrow. OSA, etc. will be covered tomorrow. Don't worry. So all these things will be covered tomorrow. We have OSA tomorrow. Okay. Let's start with the quiz. We'll cover the OSA part. Whatever remaining, we'll cover tomorrow. There's about, I think, half an hour of stuff that is remaining that will be covered tomorrow. Let's start with the first question. Read this question carefully. I'll give you your options and enough time to answer. Read this very carefully. Let me know once you have read this. Done? Okay. Your time starts now. Shambhavi, PIO is Public Information Officer in every department of the government that is responsible for handling the RTI applications. Ten more seconds. And your time is up. 35% people were able to answer this correctly. The answer is D. All the given statements here are wrong. First, wrong. I had told you specifically for information commissioners, the process is the same as UPSC members removal, not the Supreme Court judges. Second, one of the members is the Union Home Minister. Wrong. What were the 3 members? Prime Minister, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, and any cabinet minister of the choice of prime minister. It may be home minister, it may not be home minister, it is not necessary. It may not be home minister, it may be home minister. Third, again wrong. Why? Information commissioner should not be MP MLA and should not be related to any political party. Should not be related to the political party as well. All these statements are wrong. The answer here has to be D. Let's move ahead then. Second question, and read this very, very, very carefully. Read this very carefully. Pranay, the first statement was very easy. First statement was wrong because the removal process of information commissioners is the same as removal process of UPSC members, not the Supreme Court judges, as we had discussed earlier as well. Should I start the time? Have you read this? Perfect. Your time starts now. And your time is up. 34% people this time got it right. This is again D. Again, none of the statements is correct. There is no time limit for second appeal, as I had said. For first appeal, there is a 45-day time limit. Supreme Court, as I said, so far has not interfered. It may interfere later on, but so far Supreme Court has not interfered. As said, we will not interfere. Third wrong, it is 35 days. Remember I told you, in normal cases, it is 30 days. When the APIO has to transfer this to some other department, maximum it can extend would be 35 days and not 45 days. So again, all these three given statements here are wrong. The answer here again would be D. Next, question number 3. This is pretty easy. I think you should be able to get this. I'm starting your time. It's pretty easy question. Abhijit, okay, I'll answer this question in just a bit, Abhijit. 47% people got this right. This is C. As we discussed, for NGOs, there is no percentage given. It does say substantially financed. Abhijit is saying, do we get governance MCQs in prelims? So basically, governance is a part of mains exam. But there are some topics in governance that can get asked in the prelim because they're similar to polity topics. This is where there is a lot of common things between the two. So there are some topics that are to be covered in the governance, but you can get those questions in the prelims exams as well. Okay, I'll take one more question. Avinash is saying, you said Supreme Court may interfere, not necessarily. So this option should have been correct. See, understand here. The problem with most of the people is when you see the word may, so far Supreme Court has said we will not interfere. The point is, let's assume if I tell you, the sun may rise in the west. What would you say, right or wrong? I'll give you a statement which says, the sun may rise in the west tomorrow. What would you say? Wrong. Why wrong? It may. Why wrong? It may, right? It may. Unless it has happened at least once, how can you say it will happen? Similarly, in case of Supreme Court also, when they say we may direct, they have said so far we will not. So you can't assume that they will do it in the future. That is the problem. If they do it once, if the Supreme Court itself says that we may direct, then you can say yes. But the Supreme Court itself says that we will not. So we'll have to go with no, we will not. As simple as that. I have one more question. This is question number 4. This is the last question for today's quiz. Read this carefully. Your time starts now. No, Kaushik, that is not how it works. And your time is up. 54% people were able to get this right. This is C. 3 of these. What is mandatory that you have to fill? Education is not mandatory. How? If you want, I can just take you back to that page. See this. The ones that are with asterisk star, that is mandatory. The one that is here, that is educational status. Educational status is asked, but it is not mandatory that you'll have to respond to this. The question was, which of these are mandatory that you have to have them? These are not mandatory. The ones that are at the top are mandatory. The other ones are not mandatory. This brings us to the end of today's quiz. Let me show you the leaderboard and then I'll take a few questions from your end. This is the leaderboard that we have right in front of you. A lot of people answered all the 4 questions correctly. So good job. Ayushi, Kaushik, Kausar, Akansha, Urvashi, Aditya, Gulsera, Priyanka, Shubham, Asmita, Nirmala, Manmohan, Ibtisam, Kavana, Archita, Payal, Anurag, Himanshi, Animesh, Jasmeet, Sulekha. Good job. Maybe if you all also answered 4 questions correctly, if your name is not on the list, maybe because you took more time, that is why. Okay, I'll take some of the questions very quickly. Okay, first question from Siva. If under investigation case cannot be taken from RTI, then how Delhi lady got to know about investigation of the lost scooter? Siva, not Delhi lady, man, Ghaziabad lady. Delhi people are very angry. Anyways, coming back to you. So basically, when we said under investigation cases, the question was if there is any RTI filed which will hamper with the ongoing investigation, that detail will not be shared under RTI. The question was, or what the lady did was, she just asked about the progress of the investigation, nothing else. You can do that. As long as it is not interfering in the investigation, that RTI can be. Then I have a question from Shamili. In second question, how second is right? Second question, second. Let me get back to what the question was. Second question, second, I think I have explained this to you. So far, Supreme Court has clearly said we will not. See, if the Supreme Court would have not given any statement so far, we might say it may or may not. But if the Supreme Court has clearly said that we will not interfere, how can we say that they may? Maybe they will later on under Article 142, judicial activism, whatever. But the present status is they have specifically said we will not interfere. Then I have a question from Godavari. 25% is involvement of the government. No, Godavari. See, the problem is how much involvement of the government, how much is substantially financed. There is no clarity on that. The problem is this. There is no clarity when you say substantially financed. There is no clarity. Rukmani saying, I can't understand what is public authority. Rukmani, as we discussed, public authority means any body formed by the government. It can be a constitutional body, statutory body. It can be anyone working for the government in their official capacity, or any NGO that is substantially financed by the government. Then I have a question from Gurcharan. Why the address of the applicant is mandatory? Gurcharan, maybe file an RTI to ask this because I don't know. That would be pretty interesting, right? Filing an RTI to know why our address is mandatory for filing the RTI. Maybe you can ask that. I don't know. Shweta is saying for current affair, I'm just following Hindu unless is that okay? Shweta, yes, it is okay. I'll suggest you to follow Current Affairs Monthly magazine as well. That will be more of a revision for the Hindu and some other things as well. Shalini, I think you know my name. That is good enough. I'm not sure what else do you want to know. Okay, Hari has a good question. Why have they kept electoral bonds outside the RTI? See, because electoral bonds again are not public matter. You can say why they have kept political parties outside RTI, and we will discuss that tomorrow. Saying that electoral bonds are outside RTI, that is not true. Electoral bonds, anyway, is a private matter. Who is giving money to whom? Political parties are outside RTI. That's a matter of debate. We'll discuss that tomorrow. Yes, Abhijit, we will read about the second ARC recommendations in governance classes. I think, if I'm not wrong, class number 7 or 8, I think, or 6, one of these classes is about second ARC recommendations. Then Rahul is saying, I did not read polity. Will I be able to understand governance? Absolutely, Rahul. You will be able to understand governance even if you have not read polity. That's my responsibility. Don't worry about that. Okay. All those who are asking in different forms about the current affairs part, you're reading the Hindu newspaper, great. I would suggest you to follow a monthly current affair magazine as well, whichever one that you like. It will be a revision for whatever you have read in the Hindu, and it will have news from other sources as well. Yes, Pranay, you can always interlink one topic with another. See, UPSC, when they ask you a question, they are not saying that you have to answer only for one specific subject. If you want, you can link one subject with the other, and your answer is absolutely fine. Kawana, yeah, sure, it would be enough. Yes, Swaroop, Baiju's magazine would also be good enough. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So I'll take your leave from my end. The class will continue for some time. We still have the SME here to answer your question. You can keep on asking the question to the SMEs as well. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't be late. We will continue from where we have left off. There are a few topics that are left from the RTI part, and then we'll go on to start the next topic for tomorrow. That is the citizen starter and also the CAG. I hope that you learned a lot of new things today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Good night. Jai Hind.